Hello, everyone. This is Apostle Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate. And I have with me today Matthew. And I've been really enjoying him joining me. We don't have like it's going to happen every week commitment. That's what we're going to do is a show together. But it has turned out that way. So if you ever see him not here, that's okay too. So, sometimes we need to just back up, take a break, and kind of recoup from a lot of watchtower doctrine. Um, when we recall things or when we're supporting someone, sometimes our own memories will flesh up in us, and we're kind of living through some of our own experiences, which might be nice, might be enjoyable experiences. But some of us that grew up in the organization did not have good experiences. So, um, or even in the adult time that you've spent in the organization. So if you start to feel yourself becoming a bit more anxious, pay attention to that. It's this area of these different videos that like I do, or that Joe and Fran do, or even Jimmy and um, Ruby does. Well, maybe I shouldn't speak for them because they might want you there every week. But the point, like the ones Vern does, Fixing My Faith, we're here to support you. But if you are feeling anxious, it's okay to take a break. And then when you feel that yearning to go back and watch a few more videos, that's a good idea. And what you'll notice is over time, you'll be really tapped into what you are experiencing through different circumstances in this recovery time. And those sensations of feeling overwhelmed or having more anxiety or, God forbid, a few frickin' panic attacks, okay? Those are no fun. Take the time to just take a break and do some self care, whatever that looks like to you. And we don't have to have a lot of money to do self care. Um, Even if it's taking a nap, reading a book, um, polishing our nails, giving ourselves a pedicure. And if we can't reach our toes, maybe we can pay the neighbor kid to polish our toes. Sometimes it's like that. And um, asking for help is important too. And I'll be very, very honest with you. That's not a comfortable place for me. And I think when we've been involved in a culture of service, and treating others better than ourselves, okay, and all this service is being godly, which it can be. But if it's at the expense of our health, if it's at the expense of our well-being, then we're white, then we're wearing ourselves out. So where I was going with this is, if Matthew doesn't show up, it might be because he just needs a break. That's pretty much where I was going with this. Um, and it was the same way actually with Pete. When Pete used to join me, we kind of got it down to him joining me spontaneously here and there. And then I said, how about the first Saturday of the month? And you guys really looked forward to that. He had a different flavor than mine, and I enjoyed having him here on the show. And it would tell you, he would tell you about his latest videos, and they were good videos. Like he really did his homework on the videos he did. So that was XJW Curious. And then he also did Curious Atheist. So he had another channel, Curious Atheist. And I don't know if you guys had a chance to see the celebration for Vinnie Vincent. I really enjoyed doing, setting some time aside for that. And I enjoyed, that it was very like we were there to talk about him and how he had affected us. And part of getting ready for that show was, and I mentioned it that night, Casey, which was Vinny's girlfriend, right? They'd been together for like on and off for 10 years, right? I She kept calling. She would be talking to somebody when she's on the phone with me. She'd be like, I'm talking to Vinny's church group. And I'm like, we're not a church group. We're I would be correcting her, right? We're not all of us are Christians. Yes, some of us are. And I'd be like going through this whole like, this is what we all have in common is this time in this organization, and it's good for it. And finally, after the like 17th time I told her that, she said to me, well, to me, that's what y'all are. So I just stopped. You know, if that's to me, it was okay. So if you ever deal with somebody like that, if it doesn't feel forced, um, and you could tell it's just for them, you know, maybe that is okay. It's very different than when you come back to the truth, or I know you're going to come back to the truth, trying to manipulate a situation for you to be someone other than you are. It's kind of different. That was just the way she wanted to look at us. That's the way she wanted to look at this previous Jehovah's Witness community. And I'm going to tell you, she was in awe of the way this community came together and supported Vinny, and the things that they said about Vinny was amazing. Before the show started, um, Kim showed up a few minutes early. I asked both Kim and Casey to show up early. Amber wasn't feeling good. She had food poisoning. You know, I said, don't worry about it. And she ended up showing up anyways, just without showing her face, which I was super happy about. And I asked Kim, I said, have you ever seen a GoFundMe fill up so quickly? Like for the money to be, you know, these to come up with this amount so quickly. And she stopped for a minute. She said no. And I hadn't either. And I just want to tell you guys, I cannot tell you how just amazing the way we have all showed up for her to be at peace with this time where she's having to take care of his arrangements and all these different twists and turns, and she thinks it's going to be this way one day, and it's waiting on a signature from his parents, and then the latest is his parents doesn't recognize Vinny and claims that that is not him, that is not their son, that some homeless man has taken his identity. So okay, that didn't work. And what Casey needed that for was next of kin needed to sign something for him to be cremated, which she was okay with. I'm assuming he was as well. But because they did not get their signature, by law, they can't just cremate him. So he's going to get a burial. And so she's working things out with the funeral home, and the funeral home is actually being really well with her, you know, treating her very well as well. Actually, the owner used to live next door to her. Okay. So the owner used to see Vinny sometimes when he was out doing a barbecue or taking out the trash. He was a familiar face to her. So, you know, the neighbor knew him as Vinny, and there's that. So I know that we sometimes use different names for different reasons, and other people might as well. But so things are getting worked out for her, you know, and I was telling her that people are asking to keep it open, and she kept saying to me, I don't want them to think I'm a scam person or whatever. And I said, nobody's thinking that. Seriously, nobody's thinking that. And I said, there's more to it than the burial. You're used to his income every month. That's going to be gone. So the next couple of months, just paying the rent and the bills for you to remain in the place you're at, that's still something that is helping you bury him. Okay. That's, you know, it's all going to be combined for you to be to support you during this time, you know. And I talked to her the other day. We were going to pick up on conversation of something else, and I called her up. I said, you know what, I'm really kind of tired today. And she says, so am I. A friend of mine bought her a sandwich. She says, I'm laying in bed all day and watching movies. And I was so glad to hear that, because she's been just running, and to hear that she finally is relaxing. That was the first time I heard her actually relaxing. And she's like, don't worry about it, and we'll pick it up another time. So that was really good to hear. And she has straight up said, I need you guys. I need some friends. So here she is doing the asking. That's why I'm bringing this whole thing up too. Yes, Vinny is on our mind, and that's a recent thing for us. But to ask is not easy, okay? So if we can kind of overcome that and say when we do need help, like she has told me straight up, I need community, I need friends. That's tough for me to say that. It's tough for me if I'm going through a hard time, if I'm having stinking thinking, to give somebody a call and say, you know what, this is where my headspace is. Can you help me just talk me down, kind of bring me back to reality, because my head's not in a good place. And I do know friends that would be all too fine with that, but I don't do it because I think I'm going to be some kind of a burden to them. But the fact is, when I used to be able to give more, when I was equipped to be able to give more, I always enjoyed being able to give. It was joyous to me. And the fact is, if we don't ask, we're actually taking away the joy for them. If they're equipped and they have the time, you know what I'm saying? They would have joy being able to give to us as well. And so the ones that won't be able to, hopefully they're at a place where they can say, yeah, that's not going to work for me. Actually, I won't be able to do that, you know? And so, and that's okay. And even if we keep hearing no from someone or other people over and over again, if you're still in a need, and I'm talking to myself as well, keep asking, okay? Keep asking, because there is someone who might be equipped to help you or me in times of need. And it doesn't always need to be money need. It can be, I need a friend right now. I need to complain about this thing, or I'm hurt and I feel betrayed, or, you know, I'm mad again about this situation or that situation where I was fooled and somebody played me and I feel stupid for falling for it, or even a recent breakup with possibly a partner or even family, you know. The courage that it takes to leave a cult is not easy, but it is courageous of you to do so. The things we understand that we're going to lose to be our own authentic identity, to be true to ourselves, rather than living the lie of what is acceptable in the culture that's toxic for us, and to be courageous enough to leave that group in spite of everything they're saying about us. We're demonized, we're mentally off, whatever. And yeah, sometimes it, you know, maybe I am, you know, maybe they're right. But what they're waiting for is for you to have a fall, and for me to have a fall. And let me just say this right now. We're going to have a fall. That's just all there is to it. Expect it and give yourself some grace. And I'm going to tell you, that's normal to have a fall. It's normal to make mistakes, and then we feel the consequences, and we might have screwed ourselves over unintentionally, or we just weren't, in my opinion, we don't get taken to a place of, like, okay, you're a child now, and then you're a teenager, and you're given some more responsibilities until you're ready to leave the nest. You know, let's say if you grow up in it. But even if you got recruited, you get infantized or treated like a child. And over time, it seems like, trusting on the Lord and trusting on Jehovah's mouthpieces, that's what I should be doing, and that's what God wants me to do. So we've given a bit of that up without realizing how damaging it was going to be for us. So to go out into society at large and get consequences to things we are not familiar with, and they could be positive consequences or they could be negative consequences, both of them are normal. Okay, that's where we gain our wisdom. And I don't know if I'm correct on this, but I consider like things that you read, and to be honest, with all my learning disabilities, I listen to books more often. And if I read an article or something from academia, I'll still listen to it as a PDF or however it shows up. I have it set up to where I can listen to it. I gain knowledge better that way. So intaking knowledge comes from those things. But the things we experience, meaning like we walk through, it could be getting a flat tire. It could be I trusted a neighbor and they ripped me off, or it could be anything. We got caught up in a scam through a magazine or something, or somebody gave us a phone call and we got scammed. Somebody off of Facebook through the mess, we can get scammed, okay? And it happens. And once that happens, that's experiential. You experienced it. So in my opinion, you gain your wisdom through experience, going through it, and you gain your knowledge through taking in by reading or listening or educating yourself. So those are ways that we can do those things. There is I've noticed lately that some people think that if you listen to a book, it's not the same as reading. Different people learn differently. And one thing I've learned about myself and my learning disabilities is that I've decided that I have a learning difference. I learn differently. And once I've discovered my way of learning differently, and that's the way I can retain it. It might take me a bit longer than maybe somebody else, and I might have to listen to it more times than somebody else. But once I've got it, I've got it, and it will stick with me, and I can even teach it, and I feel confident within it, and I'm looking forward to sharing it, So that's also experiential as far as being able to share it. Okay, I'm going through that, and then I hear maybe feedback from you or different people I might be talking to that I share things with, and I get their feedback, which, by the way, I've been getting feedback lately that's been incredibly positive. So thank you, all of you that have given me feedback. It's really, I'm really thankful for that, because it helps me reflect to see if I'm going off from what I'm committed to cause here. And the intention of my channel is to support you through your healing of an abusive religion, but also it can be an abusive relationship, or another different group that could be an abusive group. With learning these techniques and tactics, and to recognize the things that happen to us, so that the next time it's being done to us, we might be able to recognize it and catch on to it. And maybe we won't, because let me just say, when someone first is recruited into a toxic group, it's very much like when you first have a crush on someone, like a partner, and that stage where you're just stupid in love, everything's glorious, you have everything in common. That's the experience you experience when you are love bombed, either by someone who might be trying to get together with you romantically, or be your friend, or a cult, or another kind of group. Same thing with political things. There are political cults as well. John Jalalich, she was involved in a political cult, and she's someone that's she's a sociologist. So that's the study of cultures. So she's been really an amazing help for those of us that do healing and stuff like that. I do like to subscribe to other previous cult members, previous Mormons, previous Children of God, previous whatever the cult is, to hear what they have to share and to see and hear that same kind of tactics, those same techniques that were used on them is what was used on me. So it helps me recognize these things. So if you're comfortable doing things like that, or you're, maybe just give it a shot for a little bit, maybe give it a try. And if you're uncomfortable, of course, you don't have to remain there. Everything I mention is all of my suggestions are simply that, suggestions. Is whatever feels comfortable to you. Take what you like and leave the rest. And I don't know if I have this under people and blogs, this channel. And blogs are opinions, okay? So I'm giving you my opinions. I'm not telling you that I'm not saying that everything I say is 100% correct, even though I come to you with the intentions of everything I say to be correct. One of the things I admire about Kim, Mike and Kim, is when she's off on something, she will always come back and make another video and say, I was wrong on this. Actually, it's like this. I have so much respect for people who do that. And I've done that with all of you, and you've all been all too fine with it. Nobody's ever complained to me and gave me a hard time for, getting it wrong when I initially delivered it to you. And then I come back and say, I thought it was this way, but I've come to find otherwise. And it could be another 3 more times that I could be on that same subject, So there's that. Is there anything on your mind today, Matthew?
I just enjoyed your candid, humble disclaimer there. I think it does endear people to know that your approach is to encourage critical thinking, to encourage healthy skepticism, because that's part of the healing process. I rattle off. Always take what I say, the thesis with antithesis or synthesis, and have healthy skeptical thinking. The loop is that a good skeptic is also skeptical of themselves.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
I think, yeah, but who's got all the answers, right? I mean, even your great scientists, they have this thing called sigma.
Okay.
So they make their presentation, and then they've got to disprove it in their dissertation. And that's very important, because you've always got this sigma, which is where it's an unknown or the possibility where things go wrong. So say, for instance, you've got something like Einstein's formula, E equals mc squared. Well, it's quite feasible that can be dismantled because of sigma. They can dismantle that and come back to grassroots level, or to the fundamentals, and dismantle that, because that's where sigma is, and you've been transparent about it. You said, well, we've been able to define what that is, and it might even grow, and it might even shift that sigma, or that percentage of uncertainty. That might change. I've imperfectly put that forward, but that's how we grow. That's our system as humans, for trying to develop our information and search for the truth, and that's an ongoing thing. There's always this Maya, or this what can I say, the illusion. That's part of our existence. We don't always know everything. It's not in our capacity as humans.
What you're reminding me of is like when people create things, there's prototypes. So it develops over time. You create a certain, let's say the creation of a Band-Aid. Okay, we got some tape and a piece of cotton, So how can I make it better? So the first one, by the time they get to so many prototypes trying it different ways, then it's more perfected. But all of those steps doesn't mean you failed each time. You've just asked, how can I make it better? Or how can it be more efficient? How can I make this easier to use or be for more people? So then you could advance what you originally started off with. So there's that prototypes, and people that are very creative and develop things. What is that called when somebody develops things and then they need to patent it? I forget. It's something like they're an inventor of some sort. So, anyways, it needs to be patented so that they can get benefits
Protect
from it.
the intellectual property.
Yes, yes, yes. So, creative people go into stinking thinking way too easily, and we're very hard on ourselves. But I'm admitting this about myself, because when I get stinking thinking like, oh, I screwed that up, it didn't sound the way I wanted it to sound, or if I'm drawing something, it's not coming out, I screwed that up, and I go into stinking thinking, when in actuality I might be able to kind of camouflage that, or I can start all over. The creativity I already have in me still is in me, and still can be of use on the next time I try to do it. So we can get up and go again with things that we intend to do. So back to just assimilating into society at large. We're going to make mistakes. It's okay to make mistakes, because that's how we gain our wisdom. And I've taken some time off regarding talking about politics, and because we went through Christmas and New Year's, and there's been a few things going on that I just wanted to take a break and not add that into what we were talking about. But a whole lot has gone on in the United States here since I stopped talking about politics for a few weeks. So President Trump has kidnapped the president of Venezuela. Okay, I'm just shocked even saying it. So, but before that, see, that's the thing. When we talk about stuff that the United States government has said, we're supposed to say it like we've done this and we've done that, which is super hard for me, because I would never do that. But I'm also not holding that position of authority and power. And to be honest, I don't know what I would do in that position. I'm not looking to serve in a position like that. But I'm not okay with some of the stuff that our president is doing. And again, I do not hate him. He scares the crap out of me. Okay, he scares me like back when I was in the organization, never knowing what was going to happen next, never knowing when I'm going to get a negative consequence, because somebody else has decided what my intentions are. Okay, so I've been experiencing this with the government, because President Trump has literally said he's coming after Democratic states, blue states. Like he says it with no hesitation. Okay, it's like, yeah, I'm coming after you. Like, no shame, just I'm here to screw you over. I'm here to make you pay because y'all didn't vote for me, or whatever the reason is. And it's been terrifying. And so, I've talked to you about ICE. And I remember when I first talked to you about ICE, I wondered, what if people show up looking like ICE, but they're impersonators, and they can just take somebody off the street and kidnap them? Nobody's going to do a damn thing. Because first off, the person that's being approached by ICE is not supposed to resist. They get in trouble for that. Yet we don't know who the hell that person is that comes and attacks us, because that's what they've been doing. They're rushing up and grabbing people. They're not like, it's not a casual approach anymore. It's coming, rushing up on you and attacking you. Somebody is joining us. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? How are you?
Not bad.
Are you? Good to hear your voice. Very good to hear your voice.
So you're talking about ice, right?
Talking about ice, and so there has been circumstances where impersonators of ice have literally kidnapped people, and they've gotten away with it. You know, that's happening. That was a concern of mine. But what is also happening is that if someone comes to us in the manner that ICE has been coming to us, which is rushing us, grabbing a hold of people, they come showing up with their guns and stuff, okay? It's a normal reaction to resist when we're being attacked, okay? That's a normal reaction. So that's what's happening. People are resisting, and they're not supposed to resist. And then people around them are filming, which, let me just say how proud I am of society at large, because they are organizing. They have groups that are on top of it. They have their whistles, okay? They are cussing them out, telling them, we do not want you here. Get the fuck out of here. They're telling that to the ICE people as they show up. They're not touching ICE. They're not bullying ICE, but we do hear stories.
I'm a little surprised about that.
Surprised about what?
About not touching them the way they've been going. I mean, it wouldn't be a good, probably not be a good idea, but it's still surprising we haven't gotten one of these videos where one of these ICE agents gets lynched.
It's I feel it's so strong that it's about ready to hit, and it's in the air. I smell it. It's terrifying. But the message that's been going on, and you may have heard this within Democratic voices, is we are not going to retaliate back. We're not going to fight back. That's what they want us to do. We're not going to do that. You know, yes, we're going to yell at them, and we're going to picket the place where they're trying to sleep. Stuff like this, okay? And it's been something that's been wearing them down to some extent. But also, too, ICE agents, some of them are having trauma experiences because of what they're watching happen and because of what they're doing. So this is also affecting some of their well-being. It's traumatic for us to see it. So this falls into the category of complex PTSD, where you see trauma over and over and over and over again, which those of us that grew up in the cult that I grew up in, picture opening up Paradise Gained, Paradise Lost, the pink or orange book, okay, that would have pictures in them of the earth opened up and people falling through it. So hearing somebody being taken to the bathroom for a spanking for not being quiet. So there were different things that traumatized us associated with the organization. And then there was just we're a kid, and, you know, we can be scared of our parents, and, you know, just life. I can remember having nightmares at a very, very young age. But anyways, the reason I'm bringing that up is, if you understand how being in an abusive religion has affected you, understand that society at large is getting traumatized over and over and over again if they're paying attention to this. Some people are not, and, you know, maybe that's a wise choice for them and their well-being.
That kind of brings up an interesting point. I wonder if that might be sort of a coping mechanism some people are using.
What would be the coping mechanism?
To not be paying attention.
Yes. Matter of fact, when I started the show, I went into, if you ever just don't see Matthew here, he might be just taking a break. Okay? Because we don't have like this agreement that he's going to be here every time. But he has shown up, like, since he started showing up, he just keeps showing up, and I'm loving it. But there's not like a promise, you know, so he can just be like, yeah, I'm not feeling up to it tonight, and it would be wise for him to pay attention to what's going on with him if he's not feeling up to it, you know, or whatever else reason.
Yeah, I think I have the same deal with Purple on her channel.
Yeah, exactly. And believe it or not, I listen to Purple's, and we're talking about orange rhymes with purple.
Purple rhymes with orange.
Thank you. See, even dyslexic there.
Yep.
Okay.
I understand the dyslexia.
So that time of the day, still kind of just not awake yet. But I will turn you guys on and just listen and lay down and just rest my eyes. And I love hearing how the conversation flows with all of you. So
turn us on, Linda James.
Turn us on. What are you? Awkward. Sorry. Maybe not. Maybe not.
I'm playing with you. I just thought that was a humorous part. Mage, it's good to be with you, and it's good to have your skepticism on board, by the way.
Mm-hmm. I'm not so sure about that. No, I'm just kidding.
So, as I'm talking about this subject and you joined us, do you have something you want to share about it, or something else, or?
I've just been watching the things unfold. You know, like particularly along that one thing with what's her name, Renee Good being shot and killed.
Renee. Yes, Renee. Yes, Renee Good. Yes. That's been horrific.
Yeah,
absolutely horrific.
Watching people on Twitter X just defend that.
Yes, I've been hearing about that.
But that just kind of gets back to what I mean about, you know, I wonder how many of them are just, you know, tuning out and, you know, just going with whatever they're told, rather than as a more of a coping mechanism instead of, you know, being just vile about it.
I've wondered that. I have wondered that, and I haven't checked on what, like, say the right or MAGA is talking about, but what I've heard somebody say is that they're presenting the video in a manner that shows that she did hit him.
Yeah, there are. Well, actually, there are 3 videos I've seen in different angles, but there's one that's really grainy that they keep showing, where at first, because of how grainy it is, it does kind of look like he's getting hit. But if you line it up to the first video, you know, that was a clearer video, you know, and kind of sync it up, you'll see he's not getting hit there. But I have seen another video where they kind of clipped that part out and sped it up so it looks worse.
Yeah, and
I saw Elon Musk, retweeting that.
Okay, so their view of it is very different than the way I have viewed it, and the angles that I've seen it happen, and this was horrifying to see that it happened. And this situation. Renee Good, this was her neighborhood. Evidently, and I haven't put everything together yet, but evidently she stopped her car in the middle of the street during a time that ICE was there on the street doing a sweep or something to that effect. And what had happened was, what we're being told is that one of ICE's cars got stuck in the snow. But when we see videos of...
I didn't see any snow.
Right? Okay. Exactly. So I guess somewhere down the street they could be stuck in the snow. But I, to be honest, I've never lived in the snow. I don't know the character of snow, but what I've seen, that does not match up. So I could be totally accurate or way off. I don't know. But
From what I understand is she was kind of stuck, waiting for traffic to go by. There was apparently a protest going on in the area. So she let somebody through, I think a couple cars through, and then the ICE agents came up, while she was sitting there, or she was sitting there for about 3 minutes. There was another person, I'm not sure what the relationship was between, I think they're like her spouse,
mhm,
something, but, they had a little interaction and back and forth. That's when the ICE agent came up to her car and tried to open her door. And that's where she backed up and then started going forward again. And that's where they claim that she clipped the other ICE agent in front of the car, but it looked like she's trying to turn. That's when he shot her and just sped down. The car sped down and crashed into another car.
right, right.
After that, they had the agents around the car, and there was one person who's saying that they were a trained physician. They wanted to go
Yes,
over and
yes.
check out, and they would not allow this person to do
That's
this.
right. That's right. Very George Floyd. Very George Floyd. I'm sorry, but it is. We had somebody there on the scene when George Floyd was being held down by officers, and somebody was in the medical field of some sort saying, can you let me check if he's breathing? Can you just let me check if he's breathing? And the officers that were to guard the street or to not let people come towards the police officers, no, you can't. And she's like, it was like, she was something legitimate and I don't remember what it was. Please just let me. No. Same thing with the physician there. And I saw him and it was just, you could see it on his face. He was just so like, because they take this oath of doing no harm. And if something happens in front of them, they have a duty. They have this call of like, they would do that, be right there. That's what comes natural to them. And to be told no, and to say we have an ambulance on the way.
Those could be minutes that are crucial.
Exactly. So that who knows what the doctor could have done? Who knows what could have happened with the George Floyd situation? All they asked for was, let me find out if they're breathing. Welcome, Purple. It's very good to see you.
Hi.
Hi.
Purple.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in and out here, but just a couple things on the Minneapolis thing. One of them, what you're talking about now about the not letting the doctor approach. It is actually a crime for a law enforcement officer to prevent a first responder from approaching an injured victim.
See, this is why I love knowing my geeks or my nerds, whatever it is you want to be called. This is why I love you guys, love you people. You know this kind of stuff. Okay.
Well, my sister used to drive an ambulance.
I see. Okay. Oh, so she would. Okay.
Yeah. But the other thing that's really fishy right now is the FBI has stepped in and said that they're taking over the investigation.
Yep.
And they are refusing to share evidence with the state or local authorities.
That's right.
This isn't an investigation. This is a cover-up.
Yes, it is.
Normally the FBI works with the state and local authorities, and they will share all evidence they have.
They have a bit of a competition thing going on, but you're correct on that. Yes.
Here's a little argument I've been putting forth. Okay, let's assume for the sake of argument, yeah, she did clip him just as exactly as he claimed. He had to go to the hospital and all that. So I don't believe any of that. But let's just say for the sake of argument, that's the case. Is what did shooting her accomplish?
Her life.
Would it have stopped? It wouldn't have stopped the car from hitting him.
Yep.
It put the car out of control, so it put it into a greater dangers of hitting somebody else. It obviously did more damage to the car down the street. So what was accomplished? What was the guy accomplishing with that? And plus, let's say their argument is, well, he was threatening. He felt threatened because when she backed up, he thought he was going to ram her. Well, if you look, there's a 2-second delay between her backing up and moving forward. So that's 2 seconds for him to process and do something.
Well,
so even if you give like a delay of 1 second there, you can still casually walk about 3 to 5 feet out of the way.
And if you look at the wide shot video, you can see he doesn't even step in front of the car until she is backing up.
Yes, this is true. He positioned himself there to stop her, which is what most drivers will do when any person steps in front of their car, and they know it.
Well, but
she was turning and backing up to avoid him.
But when she put it into drive to go forward, she was also cranking the wheel all the way over to the right.
Right.
Yeah,
I think I just said something off. I think I just said something off, but
yeah.
I've also heard there's a gentleman named Hawk who has a YouTube channel, and he stated that this was right in front of her home. This happened in front of her home. I don't know what all happened ahead of time. I've heard that she was accused of like stopping ice. But I'm wondering if she's in front of her home, would she have been backing out to go somewhere? Or she just dropped off her 6-year-old at school. Would she have been in that center column to be able to get ready to turn in her driveway? Like, could there have been a reason why she was sideways in the street and then cars are going by, so she stopped? I don't know.
There's a possibility she was going to just pick up her kid.
Yeah, well, and she was told to move her vehicle.
Okay.
So she was told to move her vehicle, and as soon as the vehicle starts moving, they shoot it.
Yeah. And actually, her spouse was outside of the car from another video who seemed to be not allowing somebody to bully her. And she was also filming it. So somebody took a video of that. So when she goes to reach for the car to get back in the car, that's when Renee is turning to the right. So she opened, like she just lifted the handle and it snapped back, and she took off without her wife. And her wife was just standing there like, okay. So her wife goes over to the, out of the street, and then sees the car crash and went running over there. And the people that were there, of course, that was a really devastating thing to see happen. But where I was going with this is I want to say webcam, but I don't think he had a webcam. It was his own cell phone. Recording this.
Yeah, he didn't.
She was looking at him, whoever it was she was looking at. Yeah, it was the shooter. She was looking at him kindly, smiling, and she's like, "That's okay. I'm not mad at you." She was de-escalating. Yeah. That's called de-escalating a situation of high intense pressure. Okay? I don't know if wife was...
Well, apparently, like Nate said, there was a protest that had been going on there. So,
yeah. A protest? Okay, so...
And
really? Okay. Yes, that's what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
They organize when somebody shows up, people get called and people show up. Okay.
Yep.
Or people just walk out of their homes.
Okay, I can't say this with any authority, so I'm just saying that, apparently what had happened was that there was a protest going on. She stopped to let some people through, and I'm taking it that her wife had gotten out at that point and was filming the ICE agents interacting with the protesters. So that's why she was out of the car at that point.
Possibly.
So then, of course, the ICE agents took umbrage to being videoed.
It's very... the way that ICE is approaching people, and when they describe the situations, even what I'm hearing Trump saying, how the situation happened is so unlike what I've seen in my eyes. And again,
Yeah.
there's those that have seen it in a different angle and view it differently than I do.
Yeah.
And
Well, I have seen the video from 3 different angles, and something that I will throw in here is, that you apparently hear the car hit her, but it's actually a very old a very old scammer's trick for people to punch or kick a car and fall over so that they can, basically blackmail the driver of, give me $1,000 right now or I'm going to sue you.
okay,
That's interesting. That's actually
That was a very common scam that went on.
That's an interesting point because one of the angles have been analyzed. Some people suggest that the guy he was leaning forward onto the car at one point.
but is that the sound? Is banging metal the sound of what a car hitting flesh sounds like?
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, that
yeah,
would be the sound of somebody punching the fender too, even if they were just standing next to the car.
Okay. This is the way that ICE is rushing up on people. It needs to be done differently.
Yeah.
It needs to be done differently.
Well, and
We're-
unfortunately,
when-
they are
Go
now
ahead.
currently active in my city,
Yeah.
and I have been I'm connected to a group chat that has been blowing up with literally hundreds of messages a day, to the point that just receiving the messages without me even replying to much of anything, I can't keep my phone charged. There is so
my
much
goodness.
traffic going on with that group that
Oh my goodness.
literally
Okay.
literally just the hundreds of messages coming in are running down my battery faster than it can charge.
Damn.
Wow. Wow.
But yeah, we, like you were saying, they've really organized to have people, who are out there taking pictures of the ICE vehicles and getting pictures of the license plates, and like when they say that one of these confirmed ICE vehicles is spotted at a location, that another half a dozen people head there. And one of the things that they have verified is that even though they have only been here for 3 days now, some of those same vehicles have changed their license plates 3 or 4 times.
I was going to ask about that. I've been hearing about that. I wasn't sure if that was confirmed or not.
Yeah, because they have spotted the same vehicle with plates from 3 different states.
They get to do all kinds of things that have learned that police officers are not allowed to do, but they get to do it with immunity, like having no consequences. Like, I know where I was going with this. Earlier, I would say about 4, maybe 6 months ago, there was like the 78-year-old woman that ICE claimed body slammed them. Let me just tell you something.
Oh, yeah.
As a woman who has gone through the change, of life, we have less estrogen in our bodies, which means our bones are more fragile and we are in more pain. It is highly, and I would say pretty much impossible, that a 78-year-old lady body slammed an ICE officer with all that guns and everything on him. I just can't imagine her just going boom like that. Like, please.
Well, obviously, it was obviously a scroll in disguise. So I don't know
the stories that we're hearing.
I got it, Mage.
Okay.
You have to be familiar with the Marvel comic universe to understand that.
It was a reference
I don't know.
it was a reference to Captain Marvel. There was a scene where she's looking for a Skrull. It's a green alien, and they can shapeshift. And is hiding as an old lady and starts beating. And she's fighting it.
Okay, that's hilarious because that's so what you wouldn't expect, right? from a woman of that age. It's just hilarious.
Yeah.
That would be shocking.
You'd
I
expect
like
it
how we
less
went on
cats.
to shape-shifting aliens now, Linda James.
Now you
Reptilians. Ooh,
are
yes.
going down the alley of that Matthew could join you in.
You know, this channel is diverse.
Yes. We can talk doppelgangers too.
Well, none of my aliens shapeshift. However, you know, they do wear disguises. So the Ornos look like house cats.
That's too funny.
Florgans.
So I'm hoping that. So I've just like I talked earlier in the show, I befriended Casey. Casey was the girlfriend of Vinnie Vincent, who was a previous Jehovah's Witness content creator that would make videos that kind of help us connect the dots and think through some of the doctrines of the Jehovah's Witnesses. Because they were not married, getting this stuff handled has been so difficult. Okay. So part of same-sex couples becoming able to marry was for this very reason that Casey, we have recently watched Casey have to go through. It's nearly impossible. But originally the couple that, I'm sorry, I forget her name. She took it to the Supreme Court. And in other words, if you're it was going to cost her more. It was going to cost her more through taxes after the burial. Welcome, Gigi.
Hi, good evening. Or good morning.
Hi.
Hi, welcome. Do you know Grey Wolf and Purple?
No, I do not, but good
No,
morning.
we haven't spoken directly before.
Morning.
So
Good morning.
this is Gigi, and she's a previous Jehovah's Witness as well. And Matthew knows her.
I've been in a
Gigi,
side
it's
chat when
good
you've
to
been
be with
talking
you.
to
You
her
know
before.
that.
Pardon me?
Always, Gigi,
What?
it's always good having you rock up. I always enjoy having you around. You know that.
Oh, good, because I'm going to change the subject.
All right.
Okay.
And don't worry about me. I don't bite much.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. Because there's a different spin on the story.
Yeah, I
I'm
agree.
on the East Coast. We heard all kinds of crap. That was her partner was egging her on. She hit the cop, and he shot her point blank through the windshield. That's what we saw that video. So I don't know if it's AI sending all these videos out, but that's why I don't want to talk about it, because we all have a different spin and a different theory and opinion, and I don't want to get into it because to me, it just makes me want to scream. So
Me too. Me
on
too.
that note, and here's another side. I'm going to play devil's advocate.
Okay.
How would you like to be a cop or an ICE or whoever, and you're getting rocks thrown at you, you're getting piss thrown at you, you're getting all this shit thrown at you? Don't you think some of these guys are going to snap?
Yes.
It takes a lot of willpower and strength to be able to stand there while you're getting sworn at, spit at, things thrown at you, and you have to keep your composure. And obviously, some people lose it, and I understand that. So there's two sides to the story, and some of them are out of control and out of hand. Yeah, just like cops. There's good cops and there's bad cops. You
Absolutely.
got crooked cops, you got dirty cops, and you got wonderful cops.
But a
Let's
key
just-
difference is that regular
let
police
her
officers
finish.
can be identified.
I'm sorry, what?
Regular police officers identify themselves. They show a badge and you can see their face.
Well, do you want to know why they cover themselves? Because they get attacked in their own home, and they just attack the
That's not
hotel
the
there,
reason
and
why.
that's why they cover themselves.
No, it's not. They're because they're breaking the law and they don't want to be caught.
Oh,
So
really? Was it
they
all right
don't-
for everybody to wear, all the protesters to wear masks? Come on. The protesters wear masks too. So I don't want to hear it. Let's just change the subject, because I'm getting an attitude, and I don't like having an attitude.
Okay. This is what I'm willing to do. Out of respect for you, Gigi. This is something I absolutely need to talk about. So let's compromise.
Okay,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
How
be
about
good.
I'm going to do 10 more minutes on
Yeah, go ahead.
Renee with this
All right,
story.
can I just add that one point? that the
Sure.
protesters can wear masks, and we all know that they
Yes.
wear masks.
Yeah.
And they did it all the universities. They all hid themselves because most of them are paid by George Soros to cause all this trouble.
No,
they want
they're
to
not.
rile everybody up. Don't you understand? There's an agenda behind this. They want to
Well-
rile everybody up. They want everybody to hate each other. They want a civil war in this
There's-
country, and that's what this is all about. And they're protesting everywhere across the country as a result. And what I care more about what's going on in Iran than I do what's happening here with protesters and ICE. I don't care. I'm sorry, I don't. There's nothing we can do about it anyway. We can bitch and moan and scream and yell. What can we do about it?
Protesters
Can
aren't
protest.
aren't federal agents with guns.
I'm not protesting at my age.
Well, I don't know how old you are, but I'm
75.
okay. I'm in my 60s now. I'm protesting.
Well, I'll tell you, if I had a gun, I'd end up using it, to be honest with you. And I don't know who I'd shoot first. That's I'm sorry.
Yeah. See,
It's the
and I
Italian
understand.
coming out of me.
No,
the
I hear
Italian
you,
coming
Gigi.
out of me.
I hear you. I hear your disgust.
People are
I hear you.
stupid because people are so stupid in this country. I'm sorry, but people are really stupid in America. They fall for everything. They fall for all this BS with Venezuela and Israel and all this crap. It's all a ruse. They don't care about us.
Okay. How can you tell then which side is telling the truth?
You have to use your brains. I don't know.
Well, I
And-
mean, you're very set on which side you were on. So how do you verify that what you are believing is the truth?
Well, I'll tell you what side I'm on. God's. I believe in God. I love God
Yeah.
and His Son, and I believe in them. That's the side I want to be on.
Okay. Which
But
side is God
I
on?
mean, with ICE, how can you verify, which side ICE is on?
I don't. I can't. There's nothing I can do about it. I pray to God for peace all the time. That's one of my biggest prayers. I pray for peace. I pray for people to be kind and loving towards one another. And what else can I do? I don't want to engage in any of the violence. I don't like violence of any sort. So I don't want to
I
engage
can
in it.
understand that.
And
It hurts me to see all this going on.
Jimmy and Ruby have a channel that's definitely a different side. They definitely
Yeah,
think
I'll be
differently
on
than
their
I
show
do.
Tuesday. Yes.
And that's something you show up with, and good for you. But I have a different side that part of why I bring up politics is I'm seeing the same techniques and tactics that the Watchtower used on us being done to us by the government. So I'm bringing a correlation to
And what's
those
the
two.
correlation? I'm curious. What's the correlation?
Over time, that's what I do. I share different tactics that are being used, isolating us,
Oh yeah, they were great at that.
and pitting us against each other. That happened to us within the org. Like they play us against each other to hate each other, right? Which
I don't hate anybody.
I've never gotten the impression, even when you're passionate, that you've ever hated.
I
Yes,
get
you've been pissed.
aggravated. I get aggravated, but I don't hate anybody. I try not to.
I've never gotten that impression from you. Even
Thank
when
you.
you just now talked about the gun thing. You're like,
Well, that
maybe you need.
was a slip of the tongue. I better go get on my knees after the show.
But the way
I
I've
gotta
come to
ask
know
God
you,
for
Gigi,
forgiveness after that
you
one.
know what? If you need to get a gun and go do some target practice, go. Good for you. But I just can't picture you out and about. Yes, I understand you're getting pissed off, and then
Hey, I got a
I'm
gun
pissed off as
certificate
well.
for being a good shooter,
oh, good for you.
and I took
Good for
a
you.
I took a self-defense course with the police station. So
Right on. And
I'll
this
tell you,
is something that
we're targeted the most. The elderly seem to be targeted. Here in Massachusetts, they target the elderly all the time.
I'm sorry to hear that. That is a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't go out at
I
night.
think that-
Terry.
As much as I've heard you say you don't want to hear about this,
But I'm listening.
but was the show about this? Any of this stuff about ICE? Has that been being talked about with what do they call the show now? It's not. Anyways, they talk.
What are you
Yes,
talking?
Unrelentant.
No,
I'm sorry.
they haven't mentioned it. They probably will. I'm sure they're going to cover it Tuesday.
Okay, yeah.
I have
So,
no doubt that they won't.
are you going to ask them to stop talking about it?
No, because I don't even know if I'm going to join it.
Okay.
Because I'm
So-
getting it out. I'm getting it out on your show, so I don't think I need to go on there and get it out.
And you know what? I'm taking it with ease because I know
just let it roll
even
off
your
your back.
intention. Even
Just
I
let-
know your intention. Yeah.
Just
But
let it roll off your
my
back.
thing is that
I'm
within.
I'm a little aggravated today, so that's why.
Right, yeah, I hear you. So I do bring it up because, again, I see the correlations, but I need to talk about it.
No,
I
go right
need to
ahead.
share the atrocities that I'm witnessing, and it's definitely a different side than Jimmy and Ruby.
I know they're gonna say. I know exactly how they're gonna do this tomorrow. I mean,
And so,
Tuesday.
yeah, and
I guess I was just surprised that it was brought up. That's all. I was thinking
Okay.
of other conversations that were going to be taught. I was just quite surprised that you brought it up in your show.
and I even brought up that I know that there's a different view. I know that there's a different view than the one I have. So I did give it some, credence that there's that possibility. I don't see it that way.
Yeah.
I've heard that it's looked upon that way, but what has happened so far, Gail, is that before the protests, the last No Kings protest, which there
Yes.
will be one this month, I believe.
I think there was one in Maine already.
Well, there's been protests rising up recently associated with other things, but
Yeah.
there is a No Kings protest happening this month. But before that happened, the last one, we were talked about, meaning Democrats, were talked about as rioters,
Uh-huh.
as Antifa, and terrorists. We
Yeah, I
are
heard all that.
terrorists.
Mhm.
Okay?
Yeah, basically anybody unless we're labeled
Renee.
as a terrorist.
Miss Renee Good is a fucking terrorist, according to Trump
Yep.
and JD Vance. I'm furious about that.
My
How
support
dare
group
they?
has been labeled a terrorist
Furious.
cell.
I'm
Right.
sorry. What was that,
You
Renee?
did-
Oh no. Is it Renee or Purple?
Purple and
Mage.
Grey Wolf.
Grey
Ma-
Wolf,
my-
whatever.
Oh, Purple was saying something. I didn't hear her.
My support group has been labeled a terrorist cell,
You're kidding.
and ICE agents are now patrolling my city.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Well, that I
Technically
don't agree with.
speaking, no,
That I
she's
will
not.
not agree with.
But just because we have transgender people in my group, according
Okay.
to Trump, that makes us a terrorist cell.
Well, you transgender people don't exist. Have you not gotten the memo?
Yeah.
Well, they're
I'm
they're
I'm a trans
simultaneously.
ally. I am
When
a
did I
trans ally.
officially stop existing?
Another
You see-
reason that I'm a
See,
terrorist.
they officially they exist in there's a superposition kind of thing. They both don't exist and are terrorists.
Who?
Can you say that?
Transgender people.
Oh no, I heard that, but I didn't hear what Lone Wolf said.
I said they're in a superposition. They simultaneously don't exist and are terrorists.
Oh. Maybe I'm
Okay,
a
so-
terrorist too.
Transgender people don't.
Yeah.
The conclusion is they don't exist because it's been designated that there's only a male and a female,
Yeah, I heard that.
and so there's no transgenders or intersex people. And I am a transgender ally, activist, and Christy Noem has informed everyone I'm a terrorist.
And
I'm a terrorist,
I am a
Okay.
transgender woman, so that also makes me a terrorist.
right?
Well, that
um,
shouldn't be.
It's
You know,
it's,
and that's
it's
this
I
is
understand
why
there's fear.
it's hard for me to see the ICE side of it when we are the people they're targeting.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
I get
So-
it now. I get it now.
Okay. I'm not a terrorist, and
Oh, I know you
I'm
know.
still I'm still waiting to hear
Yeah.
see the woman that Christy Noem has said was the girlfriend of the leader of Antifa.
I won't even
We
have a
haven't
gun in
seen
my
her.
house. Yeah,
Yeah, you won't have a gun.
no.
I don't have a problem with people owning guns for self-defense.
I do it for
Yeah,
safety.
I just Yeah.
I don't have a problem with other people owning them. I just don't
Yeah.
want one in my house.
Yes.
Well, you know what I have? It's really not. It's a burner. It's like a pellet gun.
Ah,
It isn't going to
yeah.
kill somebody, but it will wound them. So I can run for safety. I don't
Yep.
want to kill somebody, but
Yep, that's a good thing to have.
yeah. They make them in Massachusetts. It's called a burner. They're pellets. You
That's
can wound
interesting.
you can wound the person, but I'm not going to. I don't want to kill anybody.
Yeah, it'll give
Right.
them a good sting, and it will slow
Yes,
them down
and then you
for
can
a
take
bit.
off.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially
So,
if you shoot them in the leg, maybe it'll be harder for them to run after you.
That's a good
Yeah.
point, and I
It's
hope I
actually-
never have to use it.
Yeah, in self-defense, that's actually a target you want to go after is a kneecap or anywhere in that area because it helps prevent them from being able to come after you if you try and run away.
Yeah, that's true
Yeah,
too.
really,
I
yeah.
never have that experience.
If you ever are in that situation, like somebody's trying to mug you, the
Yeah.
best thing you can do is kick them in the shins because it will hurt too much for them to run.
Wait a minute. Say that again. If they're choking you.
If they're trying to mug you, if you
Oh,
kick them in the
okay.
shins, if you kick them in the shins as hard as you can,
Uh-huh.
most people that will drop them to the
They will drop,
ground
yeah.
and their leg will hurt so bad they can't run after you.
You know what I'm afraid of? I'm going to forget all this if it happens.
also this is all entwined as well with Christian nationalism,
Yeah.
more so a white Christian nationalism,
Uh-huh.
where it's not about Christianity, and when it is, it's about the right kind of Christianity that literally, kind of very fundamental that, if you're gonna be voting, it's always going to be conservative. And Democrats, because they believe in abortions, they are of the devil.
Oh,
They're
boy.
demonized. We're bad. We're of the devil. Okay.
Yeah.
So I've talked about abortions before a bit on this show, and I'm not someone who promotes abortions as a form of birth control. But we have people dying now that laws have been changed. Not here in California, where the laws have been changed, where certain states are forbidden to have abortions. Unfortunately, when someone has a miscarriage, the fetus breaks away from the uterus wall. It's ejecting from the body already. And that's when they need medical help. And a D&C is the same process of an abortion. But a doctor won't do that because the rules from government said there has to be no heartbeat. So there still is a heartbeat until the baby ejects from the body.
A lot of those, a lot of those aren't even actually. It's not actually a heartbeat in a lot of the cases. The heart will become. So there isn't actually a heart what they're detecting. And there's also issues with ectopic pregnancies. That's where
My daughter had one.
Yeah, well,
anyway, those are for anyone who doesn't know. That's where the fetus being developed outside the uterus, and they're never viable, but they can cause a lot of problems.
So if you can picture fallopian tubes, and then you have a tube that comes down to a uterus. So a tubal pregnancy is from where the eggs go. One happens 1 month, one happens the other month. It gets fertilized as it's in that little tube, as it's traveling down. And if it gets fertilized, it will plant itself up against the wall of a uterus. So it gets fertilized in the fallopian tube, and then it stays there and it's growing. Both lives will not live. The mother that's pregnant with the tubal pregnancy and the fetus will not live.
And couldn't that be
and break it.
And couldn't that be a threat to her health too?
Yes, it is.
It will kill her.
Yeah.
It absolutely will kill her.
It can lead to sepsis, and even if it doesn't kill her, it can leave her sterile.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
so that's warranted.
a problem that's been happening with a lot of these abortion bans is they say that abortions, absolutely nothing after 6 weeks. So if a woman has complications when she's more than 6 weeks along, the doctors are afraid to give her any help because the law says that the doctor could be arrested for helping with an abortion.
And that's even when they are within the law to be able to help. But the way they have it set up, they're so afraid to act, they don't.
Yes.
And
So-
it's also why many doctors have been moving out of red states.
We've also, yeah. So people that would used to be able to get a D&C, same
Mhm.
process as an abortion, but it's called a D&C during the time a body is already miscarrying, which means for some reason there was something wrong with the fetus. That's why a body naturally ejects
Yeah, rejects the
a
baby.
fertilized fetus. Okay, so it's whether it has a heartbeat or not, it's not going to be able to be in the environment to be able to grow any
Right.
further. So a gynecologist, female doctor that's familiar with the indoor plumbing of a woman, will give a D&C, which would be helping the fetus remove from the body. Now, they have to leave them there the way the rules are today in the states that they are today, and they're left there, and that at times will cause a septic experience for the mother, and they die. But a
Oh.
doctor can't take the risk of doing what he used to do, which was actually health care. A D&C is health care when a fetus is naturally aborting itself. It's even on the paperwork with the gynecologist. It'll be put in their abortion something or another that the fetus aborted itself. So they help to give it a D&C. Now they cannot. Okay, so
Why?
because it's the same process as an abortion. That's
It's
why.
cleaning the person
Because
out.
the heartbeat is still beating.
Uh,
That's the rules of
without
government.
the heartbeat, with the 6-week rule.
we're talking a miscarriage here, right?
Yes.
Yep.
And there's a heartbeat with a miscarriage?
Until it leaves the body, I don't know when the heartbeat stops. I just don't know. I just know that once it breaks away from the wall of a
The
fetus.
placenta, yeah.
Yeah.
So what happens is we have this area, a egg is released from the woman, and usually it's fertilized lower down the tubes, or if it is fertilized in the tubes, because it's fertilized, it's going to cuddle up to the side of the uterus and plant itself there and grow. Okay,
Mhm.
if an egg never got fertilized, it just sheds with a woman's menstrual cycle. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's what happens with a woman every so many days.
Or if a fetus has begun to grow and it becomes separated from the wall of the uterus,
That's
then it can no longer get nutrients, so it can't grow any further.
correct. That's the situation I'm talking about that would need health care as a D&C. But what government has said was there needs to be no heartbeat, and you can't. They've said abortion is not health care, which a D&C is. It's the same tool, same process. You know what I'm saying? It's called a D&C in this situation, and it's something else when it's an elective. Somebody chooses for whatever reason. They don't want to keep a child that's still attached to, a fetus that's still attached to the womb. That's an intentional abortion. So these people keep dying, and they're because government that are not gynecologists have came up with the standards. Okay, so and then
This is what
they've
we
also
get-
talked about getting abortions at the 8th or 9th month, or even after they give birth to have the baby killed. That does not happen. But according to some people that are on the conservative side, they teach that that's something that happens, and it just doesn't. Go ahead, Purple.
Well, this is what happens because, the laws are being made by the lawmakers without any input from healthcare professionals.
Which is really okay. I don't know what's going to come of the new mayor of New York. I don't know. And people, some people are very thrilled that he is the new mayor of New York. The other day, I watched him actually tell us about positions of people that he's put in place. And as he was talking about each and every one, he was talking about all of their experience. And I was like, oh my God, I haven't heard this in forever.
Yeah.
That someone is actually being put in a position because of their qualifications, because they know how to do the job. Okay? I'm beyond frustration that that is not what's happening within the Trump administration. And they're put there because of their loyalty, more so to Trump. Within the organization, Gail, it was more about loyalty to the organization than it was our
Yes.
relationship with God. That's part of what I see the correlation with Trump
Can
as
I
our
get comment? Getting back to
yes.
the whole. See, I'm really surprised. The whole idea of a DNC is to make sure that everything is cleared out and the woman, doesn't get an infection. And I don't know why they would change that, because I'm all for that, because that definitely should happen. They used to do that all the time. And now you're telling me they stopped?
Please look into it. Please look into it. Yeah.
In some cases, they are allowed to do it, but the way the laws are structured and how what the doctors are facing, if
Yeah.
they don't get it right, they're afraid to do it.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
And unfortunately, what you're saying now is what a lot of people mind saying about, like, I didn't vote for this, is because they didn't really understand the wording of the law at the time. So the laws have been put into effect, and even the people who say they supported abortion, many of them are saying that, well, yeah, I didn't want people to be getting abortions, but I didn't expect them to go this far.
Right. Right.
No.
It was considered healthcare when it's a DNC. We didn't know that abortion clinics was going to be related to a woman having a miscarriage and a doctor assisting, because any kind of anything left behind, like you said, Gail, could turn into an infection, right?
I'm really surprised at this. I really am. I must be living under a bubble with the medical field.
Please check it out. Yeah, please research it.
Well, yeah, because that kind of aggravates. Because I really think that's a necessary thing to do.
I do too.
What's going to happen if she does get an infection? What are they going to do then?
I called my daughter, who has a 15-year-old daughter, my grandkids, and an 18-year-old daughter. And I said, listen, in your state, abortions are not legal. What have we done with our daughters? She's like, Mom, I've got them on the pill.
Yeah.
I said, and you know about antibiotics in the pill?
Yes.
Yes, they can still get STD and stuff, but it's terrifying that the thought that my grandkids might get pregnant. Why? Because that's a normal thing that teenagers do. Okay, they have sex. Teaching abstinence. It's something I grew up in, but let me tell you what my kids all got to find out. I drew pictures. And they have access to condoms. And I told them that, you do want to save yourself for it to be something special. I didn't make it sound like it was a trip to the park, like you do it every. You know what I'm saying? I
know what you meant.
Well,
what I didn't want was the shame I got.
The areas of the country that push the abstinence-only birth control or the abstinence-only.
Well, isn't that the JWs who push that?
Well, no, but there's a lot of school systems that are pushing it.
Oh.
It's not just the JWs.
Yeah. And the ones that push the abstinence only, there's an extremely high correlation that those are the counties with the highest rates of teen pregnancy.
Wow.
Yes.
So I'm going to step away for a few minutes. I need to find some food.
Okay.
Thank you for joining, and come back in.
Where are you calling from, Purple?
I'm in Minnesota.
What time is it there?
It's about 12:30 here.
Okay, it's 1:30 in the morning here in the East Coast.
That's where I'm at.
Oh, whereabouts?
Florida.
Oh, nice. Oh, before you go, I want to tell you the latest with the Watchtower. It's an update on the lovely, loving Watchtower.
Purple was never a Jehovah's Witness.
Who?
Purple was never a Jehovah's Witness.
Okay. You don't mind listening? Well,
neither was I.
Oh, you
but she grew up in a very, very
smart,
abusive family.
Smart.
So she has experienced very much what we experience,
Okay.
which is, but she does need to get something to eat. But I'm sure she's
All
going
right.
to hear as she gets off the.
You can listen to us while you're eating, right?
That's what I'm going. That's where I'm going with this. Because you were like, "Don't go yet." I'm like, "Uh-oh."
I think
Oh,
she's
girl
fine.
just needs some
I think
food.
she's
Okay.
fine. Well, I wanted to
Thank you, Purple.
thank you, Purple. I think she's gone.
She. I just wanted her to not feel obligated to stick around because you're like, I got all this info in the Watchtower, and I'm like, she don't probably.
She doesn't
care.
care.
She might care, but she can
Well-
leave the panel and listen to it. Please tell me though.
It's actually despicable. Their upcoming March 2026 Watchtower edition for March. Oh, guess what it's all about? Why can we be happy that we're hated?
Yeah.
Isn't that wonderful? And it's if you have JW.org, if you have access to it, it's the June 1st through 7th article. And they're talking about how wonderful and why they're hated and why they're persecuted, and that Jehovah will be proud that you get persecuted for his name's sake. And I'm like, it's disgusting, really. It's really disgusting. Because that's the title of it. Can we be happy when we are hated? Is the title.
Yeah.
So they've sunk to a new low.
Yeah. What I find interesting is in comments under various previous Jehovah's Witness videos will be somebody that will come that is a Jehovah's Witness, or maybe they're faded or something. They'll make a comment with the attitude of knowing that we hate them, which is the farthest thing from the truth as far as I'm concerned. And most content creators that I know of within this, ex-Jehovah's Witness culture, they're doing this because of their love for Jehovah's Witnesses, and their main beef is with the leadership.
Yeah.
That's, but they'll make comments like, just because you hate us or this, that, like the assumption of, we know where you're coming from, so we're going to talk to you and reprimand you. It's a trip, man. It's a trip. And it's like, that's right. That's what life was like in the org. I would be reprimanded anytime for anything that I hadn't even thought of yet, but I was sure in trouble for it. Oh my God, was I in trouble for it?
I just thought you'd find that interesting, because it really, to me, was despicable.
And see, that comes from something Jesus said, that if you're persecuted,
yes,
it's a sign that you are a follower of Christ, right? Matthew, what do you recall what that would be based in? That teaching of being hated
for his name's sake. Yeah. Matthew,
Absolutely.
Hey, Matthew, have you heard they might be doing a new Bible coming up with another edition to the New World Translation? Did you hear that by any chance?
I hear it, but I haven't been able to verify that because a lot of the things that fly around, when there's certain things that I'm skeptical about unless I get it from certain sources. So that one I have held off on commenting about because I'm not hearing anything from shipping. I'm not hearing anything from production. So yeah, that's a difficult one. But yes, to answer you, I have heard about it. Yeah.
And have you heard this one, that they're thinking about maybe sisters being elders or ministerial servants? Have you heard that one?
Yeah, because in Revelation, you've got no distinct with the anointed. There's no Greek, there's no Jew, there's no male, there's no female.
Right.
So
I always wondered about that.
Yeah, so you have anointed females. Okay. Can I say that? So
yes,
technically speaking, they are elders.
Who are you talking? Who's he talking to? You?
He's talking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, there is something I say with Linda James, a pastor babe. I say she's more like Apostle Babe to me.
Isn't that cute? I think
you would make a good elder, Linda. Linda, you'd make a good elder.
Thank you. Thank you. But
Yeah.
that's like a name he's adopted from me, and that's what he calls me.
I'm going to call you Eldorette from now on.
Eldred, please don't. I'm not married to an elder. I just get
No,
along
you
with
don't have to
them
be
very
married
well.
to an elder to be an Eldorette.
Yes, you do.
Oh, you
Don't
do?
you?
I don't think you did.
Eldor
Eldor.
is El as an Elohim, which is
Oh,
the
that's
God.
very godlike.
Elohim.
Yes.
And Dor is the Taurus or the star, El Star. So because what is it? In Revelation the stars are in the hand, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's all the celestial imagery. So yeah,
Yeah, well, let us know about the Bible. I'm
our-
curious.
our diva is our star.
Oh, this was my version.
Your diva, I like your diva hat, by the way.
Yeah, a
Hey,
diva is a
Lil,
goddess.
Lone Wolf, are you
Diva.
still with us? I mean, Grey Wolf, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, have you heard this story? It's pretty. It's I don't know how to describe it. Well, this is what's happening in our society today. Have you heard about the guy who had 100 skulls in his house?
No, I have not.
He's a grave digger in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. He got caught the other day. They found 100 skulls. He's been robbing this historic cemetery in Pennsylvania. I don't know what town in Pennsylvania, but he's been going into mausoleums. He's been taking the bodies. He's been taking the jewelry off them. He also had a storage unit with bodies in it. He had hanging in the ceiling. And I'm like, and he's on Facebook selling bones and skulls of the people that he's been digging up.
And you said Pennsylvania?
Yes, you got to look it up. That's all. I'm surprised you haven't heard about it. Yeah, I was fascinated but appalled because I just couldn't believe that. No, this can't be true. No, I've heard just when you heard it all. No, this can't be.
Oh yeah, here it is. Man found with 100 good human skulls and mummified body. He's in Pennsylvania.
Linda James, who did you?
Yeah.
Were you the one that was asking about what scriptural reference was it? Was you be hated by people on account of my name? Was that you?
Yeah, she did.
Yes. I mean, I
I
could
put it
think
in
of
the
one,
comments. Matthew 10, 22, and 23 for anybody that wants to know.
Thank you. Because sometimes there's more than one scripture used for a teaching or a practice or a doctrine within the organization. Yeah. Wow. So we've got a grave digger here.
Yeah.
Wow.
$1 million bail. It's $1 million bail.
Man stole dozens of skeletons from Pennsylvania's cemetery. How the hell does he get by with this? I thought
I have no idea.
cemeteries are like locked up I'm assuming he's doing this at night, but maybe I'm wrong.
You can't
Yeah,
get
he's
into
doing it at night.
the cemetery near
Now
me.
I'm
I can
seeing a
jump the fence
picture.
and get in easy.
What?
Okay.
The cemetery near me, it's just a low fence. I could jump the fence and get in if I wanted to.
Oh, brother. Oh, that's awful. The whole story.
Something seems very wrong about this.
Did you see the picture of him? He's in his 30s.
Yeah. My instinct right now is this is a setup about this person, and it might not be true. I could be wrong, but that's what my intuition is saying right now. But
Would you like
who
to know his
knows?
name?
Maybe that's what
He's got a
he
Facebook
does.
page. You can look him up. He's on Facebook.
It says Jonathan Garlich
Jonathan,
case.
Garage.
First off, to have ashes, to have
Garage. Go ahead.
people can't just be walking around with bones and having them in your car and just anywhere around the house. When
Well,
you
I
have an
guess he
urn
did.
that has ashes in it,
Well, these are bodies.
oh,
not,
Gail, you shut
they're
me
not-
up right away.
Huh? What?
I said, Gail, you shut me up right away.
Well, like, none of them are
I'm
cremated.
like
They're all
Thinking I'm
bodies.
making a really great point, and you're like, well, evidently you did. It's like, yep.
Well, from looking at is the case came to a head when officers noticed bones and skulls visibly inside a vehicle parked near the cemetery.
Oh. Now, here's my morbid thinking. These poor families, how are they going to take the bones and bring it back to the cemetery? And how are they going to? That's going to be a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a lot. That's going to be a lot of work. There's a lot of forensics going to have to go into that.
They're going to have to figure
All-
out who belongs to who.
This is the thing. All of the work that it takes for him to do all of this,
Yeah.
he must have had a crew. Because first off, digging that far down,
His
if you've ever
girlfriend.
been at a graveyard, they have these like forklifts that have these things that, you know, big
Yeah,
old
you're
hunk of wood.
100% correct. But he's going in mausoleums and breaking into them.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a
Oh,
bit
it's
different.
mausoleums. I stand corrected. Okay. So that's above ground. Okay. So yeah.
And he's on
Then,
Facebook.
when you
selling
go
them.
into them, when you open up a casket,
Yeah.
we're talking slosh. The smell is horrifying. And that's
Well,
I guess they have
apparently the ones he was going after were mummified or skeletalized. So
okay.
Wow. Yeah, some of them were 200 years old.
you said it was an ancient.
200 years old. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
And
I can also see, that if he was the grave digger, that, people would not think anything of him, going into the into the mausoleums, thinking he was just doing some kind of maintenance.
yeah, and also a lot of these bodies are treated so they don't leak.
Oh.
especially if they're above ground. That's a big
That's-
problem.
Yeah.
Oh, with the formaldehyde. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll drain some of the morticians will actually drain the body of any fluids that could leak beforehand to make sure that does not happen, because that's a big problem and they can get sued for if that does.
Well,
Wow.
I expect eventually I'll be cremated, but I haven't earned it yet.
I'm going to get
girl.
cremated too.
Oh, girl.
Everybody,
was-
please put a sloth in the chat.
Huh?
That was good.
We need a sloth in the chat.
What about the
No.
chat?
Sloth.
Oh,
We
okay.
need a sloth.
I'm sorry. What do you say? What'd you say,
A
Mom?
sloth.
There.
My lifetime companion, sloth girl, died a year and a half ago.
Oh,
And
I'm
she
sorry.
she was known in the community for making dad jokes and puns.
Oh.
So now we have been trying to get it started on the internet that anytime you hear a bad joke, you should reply with a sloth.
Yeah, you see like my post there. It's got the little sloth emoji.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
So
that
then,
inside
20
joke.
years
Okay.
from now, the next generation's going to be asking, why do people always respond to jokes with the sloth? And we're going to be the only ones who will know about it.
Yep. Yep.
Well, he's on Facebook selling skulls. I'm
That's
sure.
insane.
I'm sure they took him off. At least I
That
hope
is
they did.
so insane.
I hope they did. Now, here's
Wow.
I wonder if that was, if they were watching him because of that,
Maybe.
because it's illegal to sell human remains.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
in most cases, yes.
You're 100%
Not like that.
Tell me a case where it is okay.
Uh, well, medical situation.
Oh, okay. You may
Here's-
be right about that. Okay.
Here's my crazy thinking. He's been doing this since November of 2000, so he hasn't been doing it very long. But I don't know how he ended up with all those skulls
25 years.
in November. Here's what I was thinking. And did anybody see Ed Gaines' Netflix show movie about Ed Gaines, who did the same thing? He was a grave robber. So I'm wondering if this guy saw the Netflix with Ed Gaines, and he's
That's
just
interesting.
doing what This is how my mind works. That he's doing the same thing that Ed Gaines is, because he's only done it for a couple of months. So I just thought that was
A
odd.
couple of months. Did you say from
couple of
2000?
Yeah, November 2025 up to now.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 2000. That's
No,
why I'm like 25 years
No, he
and been
just
thinking
started.
about his age. Oh, you meant okay. Last
Yeah, I
year.
agree. He had to have help. He couldn't have gotten all those people within that short period of time.
Right. I mean, coffins are also at times. Well, even if they're in a above ground, they still sometimes they'll put them in a concrete covering, right? As
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, they'll often be putting the casket inside a concrete sarcophagus before they start to bury it.
I hope they're not.
Wow.
I hope nobody's offended by this subject. What's
No,
Oh,
going
no.
I hadn't heard about this either.
Let's go
before
from
you
ice to skull stealing, because that's so much better.
Well, the channel knows no bounds. I mean, we've done procreation and pregnancies and
Well,
you
it
know.
makes the show interesting.
But that's what I love about.
Huh?
We
Don't
talk
you
about
love,
what
don't you
comes
love
up
it when I come
next.
on? Don't you love
I
it?
do.
When
I do.
The show has no bounds. That's a very dangerous thing for me to be here. Then.
Big Mac and Jay Mars are onto UFOs in the comments. You know, it's all out there, folks.
Right. What the hell? Why not?
Oh, I
Um,
have not been able to follow the side chat, so I didn't know about the UFO discussion.
I
I'll
don't know
never
anything about
forget.
UFOs either.
I was walking down the street in downtown Santa Ana here in Southern California, and I'm, there's outdoor seatings. This is probably 8 years ago. I'm walking by and I hear somebody talking about anal stimulation or butt plugging, and I'm like, coast
What?
to coast? I said coast to coast, and they're like, yeah, because UFOs
Oh,
do some kind of a thing.
oh boy.
Anal
don't know.
probes.
Anal probes. That's the word. That's the word right there. There it
What have
is.
we missed out? Yeah.
That was like right there with UFOs. Some
Oh,
kind of
boy.
what is up with that?
Why
Well-
would aliens spend, all the effort to come here and be so obsessed with our waste chute?
Right?
I don't
I mean, of anything that they might be interested in learning about us, why would it be our butts?
Well, when was the last time you saw an alien with a butt?
I haven't. And have you seen the movie Paul?
No.
It's about an alien, and it's very cartoonish. Paul, he's very sarcastic.
Oh,
It's
I haven't
the
seen that one, but it is on my list.
It's
I
really
like
good.
robots better.
Okay.
Well, I think of Whitley Strieber
Who?
because Whitley Strieber
Who's that?
is renowned for his experience, and because they took a scientific approach for his experience, and it's well documented. Christopher Walken acted as Whitley Strieber in a reenactment of his life story.
Wow.
So Purple was talking about the rear orifice. What's with the fascination with that? Why is that? Well, you've got various explanations about it. On the surface, it sounds incredible. Why the interest? What's that all about? But persons read something like an interview with an extraterrestrial from 1947. And it starts to make sense. This is not material that isn't well researched. This is a very. I'm not promoting one thing above another, but you've got some like Spencer's work that is very well read, and you look at the research behind it. And it starts making sense, even if you just count it as a metaphorical thing, and you don't say, well, is this true? Is this false? What is it? Just on a metaphorical framework, it helps to start piecing things together so that you start seeing patterns. You don't have to agree with it. It starts helping to see the patterns. So that's Whitley Strieber for anybody who wants to know.
Thank you.
Happy Thoughts says, I love this education I'm getting.
Well, Matthew's very smart.
Right. I asked him one day if he was Asperger's, because he's like off the charts brilliant.
Yeah, he is.
You think so? He's like, you see that or something? Like it was. How did you answer me? Like it was almost surprising, but
Yeah, he's like a genius in some subjects.
he's right here. We're talking about him like he's not here.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I'm
Just looking at him.
sort of here. Am I really here? I don't know. But
Matthew,
I got
he's
plenty
alien.
of damage.
He's an
Yeah,
alien.
I'm sure you're all just figments of my imagination.
Right? We're very
Are we
impressed.
Mage Grey Wolf? Are we? Yeah. Anyway.
I've always wanted to start out that way with
Oh,
like with a new therapist, is to go into the first session
yeah.
and tell them that I know they're just part of my delusion. So they first have to prove that they
Yeah.
exist before I'll talk to them.
Oh.
Well, I have had lucid dreams where I try and talk to the characters in the dream, and the characters in the dream will insist that that it's not a dream.
Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. So I'm going to make a request. John, if you could look up anything from what Matthew was just talking about, that person, and send it to me, I would really appreciate it. John Mars.
Yeah, he's on.
Yeah, if that's something you want to do.
Don't ask me. I don't know how to do that.
Okay. And by the way, John Mars has been doing some stuff with creative things with AI. And
Yeah,
it's
music, right?
amazing. Yeah, there's been music involved with it, but it's like strikingly amazing.
Cool.
Yeah. Do I want the film? Is that what that's saying?
I must be pulling up the wrong John Mars.
I like Big
So-
Mac's comments in the live chat, Linda James.
What is Big Mac saying? Howdy?
Big Mac saying the aliens are our gods and our demons. Very interesting.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's indeed the case.
Yeah.
Yes, please,
Joe
John.
Joe McMoneagle, who is the number one in the Stargate project, or Flame, Grill Flame, was saying, well, that's us. I'm
Wow.
not saying who's right and wrong, but yeah, it's very, very interesting, because you get a film like what Christopher Nolan does, Interstellar, and that concept is explored.
What I figure is, if you think you're in contact with a all-knowing being or sufficiently knowledgeable being, or happen to have psychic powers,
Yeah.
you can relay the answer to two questions I have. You don't need to know what the questions are, or if it's an all-knowing being or whatever, you have any of those thing I just listed. You should be able to do it without me telling you what the questions are.
Huh?
And
Yeah.
if you can do that, then I'll believe you that that's not just your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
It's a
explored in Spencer's work, because it suggests that why would you say that there is one supreme being? Why wouldn't there be many?
Can you say the name again, Matthew, of this person you were just now talking about?
Yeah, okay, let me look it up. But the name of the writer is Spencer. Spencer, Spencer. Spencer, in interviews, says that he's just a messenger. In other words, he received the material in the post from Matilda, who is the main character in the story. And the events go back to 1947, and it explains crucial periods like 1800s, when there was the formation of Watchtower, and also persons like Cecil Rhodes, and why 1914 is a pivotal date. Why? What's this thing about 1914? Why is it so important? So it comes in from another perspective, as opposed to the JW perspective. Why? Because now remember, JW, you had Russell,
Yes.
who produces this book called Angels and Women, based on Ciola, which was now, as Mage Grey Wolf was talking about, telepathy and all this, but it was written with automatic writing, what's called automatic writing, Ciola, and then Angels and Women was like the sanitized version. So where were those ideas coming about? Because it wasn't just isolated to one specific area. It was happening throughout the world.
It's happened
I'm sorry.
throughout what? You said it's happened throughout what?
Yeah, it happens throughout the world. So if you think of things like Scientology,
Yes.
Scientology, if you look at it, if you look at Dianetics, you look at what's it, the Satan idea. I've heard some top tier psychologists. They might not necessarily go and join Scientology, but they'll say just hold on a moment. Yes, there's controversy, but there's something in it.
Yes.
Because remember, it was designed to be presented to psychologists as kind of like an alternate angle of psychology, and it was rejected. And then that's when it became a religion.
Okay.
So, look, I'm just using that as one particular example, but like the Theosophical movement with Blavatsky and that kind of area, which was we use this word eclectic. Remember this eclectic,
one of my favorite words.
Yes. Yeah, Eastern ideas and various ideas. It's not just one particular spiritual discipline. It's pulling from all kinds of places: Aborigine, Peru, Quetzalcoatl, Ireland, all of these places. Spencer's work, you asked me about Spencer, Spencer, and I will give you the exact book. Spencer, Interview with I think it's Extraterrestrial. So anybody who wants to look at that, okay, it's called Alien Interview, ALIENINTERVIEW, and it's written by Spencer. And what's really interesting is there's current interviews with Spencer about that publication.
Can you put a link in the chat that might give me a head start of looking into that?
Okay, what would be a good link? The actual book, or what would be useful to the audience?
Actually, use your own judgment. I'm going to have you come up with something.
Okay, all right, I'll work on that.
Oh, this is interesting. Automatic writing behavior was discovered in 3 patients with right hemisphere damage.
Wow.
What are you, I missed the beginning of what you said. Say what?
Well, you mentioned automatic writing and that phenomena. Some patients with right hemisphere damage to their brains have shown automatic writing aiding from that.
Wow.
That's interesting.
And a 2012 study, he apparently shows a different brain activity while writing complexly during alleged trance states. Though some have suggested that it's probably not necessarily entirely subconscious. It probably is a connection with unconscious muscle activity and autosuggestion to produce the effects.
Interesting. Wow.
Gray Wolf, are you in the medical profession?
No, I'm just a jerk of all trades.
Oh, you're not a jerk of all trades. No, you sound like you know your stuff with medical. Oh, I have my friend does hypnotizing and also kinesiology. Is that the word? She wanted to know if she could come on the show and do some brain work with folks. I don't know how you feel about that.
No. I'm sorry. No. I'm using my boundaries. No. Thanks for asking first.
She's fascinating. She wanted to come on and do some brain work with
Did I just hear you ask if one of your friends can come on here and maybe brainwash us?
No. She does hypnotizing, but you have to be right there with her. But she also does kinesiology, and she does a lot of brain exercises and energy. She's into positive energy and a lot of energy work.
What is kinesiology? I'm not familiar with that term.
Maybe Gray Wolf will know what it is.
No, I'm not familiar with the term either, actually.
It's when you put something near your body and it either accepts it or rejects it. I forgot how.
Thank you, Matthew. Okay, something
Matthew
testing.
might know what it is, Matthew.
A guy I used to host with on 6 screens. He always called it something testing with the arm.
Yes, and a lot of the friends were doing that, and then there was a watchtower against it.
Bummer.
So
Hey,
one
or-
of the things. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon.
No, go ahead. Do you know what it means? Are you?
So one of the
I don't even know
things
how to
that
come out.
the psychologists that I work with, when there is something like Psy Games or like Mage Grey Wolf was talking about damaged hemispheres, one of the things that they investigate is damaged brain stems, for instance. You know, like for persons who have what's imperfectly called photographic memory, for instance.
Yeah.
Some persons were actually even trying to induce damage to their brain stem so that they would have photographic memories. You know, people do all kinds of things to themselves to try and focus on enhanced abilities and maybe induce neural plasticity to get certain effects and things like this. And sometimes it's disastrous and sometimes it's hit and miss. But one of the things that, of course, they would do as healthy skeptics is they would investigate, well, if we do a brain scan like at CIHS, California Institute for Human Sciences, that's one of the things that they do. They will actually check with cases. They'll do brain scans and they'll take a look and see, is there pathological damage here? And they go through a checklist. How can we check, oh, this person, yes, I can see there is something pathological, or this person, there is trauma or a history of that. Or like in SRI with Fort Meade, you had persons that there was no pathology, absolutely clear. Persons that tested clear for drugs, for instance. That was some of the criteria. So in the past 140 years, there has been tremendous research and scientific approaches to these things like automatic writing or mind sight, like the PhD course talks about. So you've always got these various anomalies, certain patterns that fit and certain patterns that don't. And that's why it's so extraordinary. So what is Sigma when you're investigating these things? When you're now called to bring the thesis and now disprove your own thesis? You know, Psy Games, which happened last year, 2025, they had a panel of established doctors to be the peer review for those processes, to say, well, look, when they put a blindfold on somebody and they are manifesting what is termed mind sight, is there a way that they could peek through the mask, for instance? Or is there radio communication? Is there a Faraday cage to block communication? They go through all kinds of things to disprove it, and they are relentless in the way that they disprove it. They won't conclusively say, oh, well, that's completely conclusive. We have got established facts here. No, they are quite a handful, and it's done on purpose. Bigelow, who formed BICS, Bigelow Institute for Consciousness Studies. That was the criteria for his essays, which got that $500,000 US awards. Chose a panel and said, look, this has got to stand up in a court of law. That's the best we can do as humans. You know, are we able to argue it this way? And can we actually calculate sigma, or sigma's kind of variable? You know, the more we learn, it starts shifting and it starts changing. And they would invite somebody like you, Mage Grey Wolf. They would say, well, look, you're a healthy skeptic. We want you on the panel. You know, start blasting this thing to pieces.
I remembered what it's called. It's muscle testing.
There it is.
Another word
Yes.
for muscle testing. Thank you. And everything you're saying, Matthew's way over my head.
It's just disproving your thesis. You know, when you've got a theory, or when Linda James was talking about building something earlier or designing it, you know, you look at the flaws as well. You don't just have all the positive aspects, and this is great.
Yeah.
You when you present it,
Uh-huh.
You're also required to bring the antithesis. In other words, disprove it. Where's the flaws in this thing? Where's it going to fail? Where's its weak points? You've got to put in that work as well, and then it goes for peer review, and you might get others that unrelentingly attack that thing too. That's supposed to be your healthy skepticism, your critical thinking.
On the paranormal phenomena, I recommend looking into something called Project Alpha.
I think I saw that. Was that on Tubi?
No, it was a something set up by the late great James Randi.
I know.
That's
Did
my
they
man
have
right there.
Did they have it on Tubi? Has a lot of documentaries on.
There might be. You might be able to find a documentary on Tubi, but something to look into. But they basically he hoaxed a bunch of psychic abilities. He's to test the scientific rigor of well-known test of paranormal phenomena.
Yeah, and then James Randi had the same rules applied to him too for his actual hoax. So as time goes on, all of these things came under the same kind of critical thought. So as soon as somebody now offers critical thought, there's the critical thought for the critical thought.
Bingo. Yes. Wow.
But
So
James Randi is a good reference. Yeah.
I wish I got a chance to meet him.
Yeah. There was something I'm going to bring up about Renee Good in a few minutes.
Okay, and then I gotta go to bed in a few minutes.
Okie dokie. I just wanted to get this link that Matthew put up there and set it aside for me,
Yeah, go ahead.
and I'm going to bring it up.
Okay.
Is it looking clear that Linda James, did I put it correctly in the comments, or is it being blanked out?
It took me to a book. Yes, it took me to a book, so I'm now going to put it. I took it to the wrong place. And see, that's what happens when I talk and do something at the same time. So I'm going to go back and just grab it again.
It's also a reference for Sheila as well, Happy Thoughts, because there was a think tank that started analyzing this, if you want to say it's a metaphorical story or whatever, but they started analyzing it. And yeah, so you've got Tao or Tao, and you've got a person mentioned in that book. I'm not going to do spoilers, but you've got a person in that book that was able to overcome the mind traps.
Huh.
So what Casey has been going through, which is Vinnie Vincent's girlfriend, even though they have been together on and off for 10 years, they were not legally married. So things have become very
Complicated.
difficult. So one of the big reasons why same-sex marriage was legalized is so that partners, would be able to not have to deal with all of this. So in my mind, now that Renee Good is not with us anymore, my hope is that her wife will not have to go through more agony than she is going through now with the everything that she has to handle.
Yeah.
That's my hope. That's what I was going to say about Renee Good. And you know what else I've noticed? The government, nobody has made a big deal about them being gay at all.
No.
I haven't heard anything. Have you?
Me neither.
Anybody?
No, I didn't hear anything.
And I thought they'd be right on that, like white on rice. And I seem to be wrong so far. But
That is
kinda-
surprising.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, if there's transgenders for everybody, according to Trump, why haven't we? Why haven't we heard that?
I don't know what to say.
That's something that Trump says. They want transgenders for everybody. Really?
Oh boy.
Well, remember, if you drop your kid off and you have a girl, when you drop them off and you pick up a boy, you picked up the wrong kid.
Uh-huh.
Oh jeez.
Thank you,
And
corporate,
if
for
you
that.
drop your boy off at school, they will not have taken the boy and handled things medically for you to receive a girl when you get back to pick him up from school. This is a fallacy that I know some people truly believe. Listen,
Well,
think about how much paperwork it takes to take a Tylenol. Why do we think a school is going to take our boy child off somewhere to give them at 7 years old
An
Yeah.
operation, right?
to turn them female? This is
sorry.
not happening. This is
No.
not happening.
no.
It's a bad story for fear, and it's exactly what it's doing. Fear.
It works, doesn't it? For most
Yes.
part.
For some, it does.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, I'm for live and let live.
Yep. I hear you. Sometimes I just have to speak it out and laugh about it because I have to.
Oh no, that's understandable.
I
Trust
just have
me.
to. It's like, yeah. I'm just gonna leave it there. But anyways, that's what my hope is for Renee.
And there's so
Renee's
much going
wife.
on out there.
Yeah.
It's the family that causes all the trouble.
The what?
Your family members. I had to go through 2 years of crap the course with my uncle,
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
fighting the family. That's when everybody comes out of the woodwork and it's all about greed and money. It's just awful. I tell my kids just throw my ashes out in the street.
Yeah, stick me in
Wow.
a Jeffrey jar and put me out on the curb.
I don't want to be fighting, you know. I just don't like people fighting over material stuff and how much
Yeah,
you have.
When my late fiance died, her mother showed up. I had been living with her for 5 years. I had never met her mother.
Uh-huh.
So just for an idea of how involved she was in her life.
So she shows up out of the
Yeah, when my fiance died, she showed up and was convinced that I was somehow hiding, like $100,000 from
oh
her.
brother.
And I'm like, we were barely making it month to month. I've got no idea how she felt we had that kind of money.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's the stuff that you just I don't know. It's just, the worst comes out in people on funerals and weddings.
Yeah. Well, I am relieved with that, at least with Sloth Girl, that the closest family she had left were her 2 aunts, and I've always had a good relationship with them. So
Did you have any brothers and sisters?
she had a brother, but her brother, for reasons I will never understand, had a lot of resentment to her, to the point that when he was having kidney failure and she offered to give one of hers for him.
Wow, that's
He
a
would-
great person to do that.
Yeah, but her brother would not even go through the testing to see if the tissue would match.
Wow.
Well, that's
So it's like he
shame.
was literally dying and he refused to take a kidney from her.
That's a shame. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. So it really was just her aunts were really the connection with what's left of her family. Actually, I'm going to be going down there at the end of the month to bring some of her possessions down to her aunts.
Well, that's nice of you. It stinks. Sounds like she just passed. How long has it been?
Well, it's been a year and a half, but it's been really
Oh.
difficult for me to sort through her stuff.
Yeah, take your time. I always tell everybody, take your time. Don't do it right away. You'll know when it's the right time to do it.
Shoot, my dad
Yes.
died in 2008. I still have boxes I haven't completely gone through.
No, so I mean, take your time. Some people think they gotta get rid. No, take your time.
I agree.
Well, I've had some stuff from my late fiance. She died in 2014, and just when I happened to stumble across something that wasn't, that's been sitting in a box since then,
Wow.
and I open it up and I'll run across some of her art or poetry, and it just completely wrecks me, and I can't do anything for the rest of the day.
Of
Mhm.
course, because it's a reminder.
Been there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the anniversary dates are tough too. Holidays, anniversary dates.
Yeah.
I lost 5 family members in 2016, and
Ooh,
we
all
can't
in 1 year.
yeah, within 5
Damn.
months.
Beat my record.
God.
Wow.
My
That must have been
aunt,
devastating.
my father, my brother, my cousin, and one of my dear friends, all within 5 months in 2016. I couldn't even grieve because it happened. Bing, 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 bing.
Mm.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that.
So,
Yeah, thank you. Well, my brother he drank himself to death because his wife and his daughter both died, and he had nothing to live for. And I couldn't reason with him, and he got what he wanted. He drank himself to death. I don't know.
I can kind of see how that could have happened there. That
Thank
he
you,
just
John.
didn't really feel he had anything left to live for, and just trying to drown the pain.
Yeah, that's what he was doing. It was heartbreaking, really.
yeah, I've seen people like that.
And I posted on Facebook. You wouldn't believe all the comments. I didn't realize how well liked my brother was, and I didn't realize he was voted the handsomest kid in high school for his yeah. And all these girls were saying, "Oh, your brother was so handsome. We all fell in love with Bruce." I'm like, you don't think like that because it's your brother, but,
Right?
Yeah.
and you know who he looked like was Osmond. What's Osmond's
Johnny?
name?
Osmond.
Johnny Osmond. He could pass for his twin.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was considered a real heartthrob in the 70s.
Yep. All the teen magazines.
Yes.
Tiger Beat was one of them. Yep.
There was a picture of my brother. He had a leather jacket on. He has a cigarette and sunglasses. It was a black and white because that was back in the 60s and we didn't have color. And a friend of mine did the whole thing in color and he put it on Facebook for me. So that was
Oh,
How
nice.
beautiful.
yeah. And he had a GTO. So someone
What's that?
it was a car back in the 70s.
Oh, okay.
GTO. You know that song GTO by the Beach Boys? No. I'm giving away my age.
I mean, I know of the Beach Boys. I've heard them sing many songs. I'm not familiar
Yeah, it
with
was one of them was a GTO.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Don't Bring Me Down, Bruce, because his name was Bruce. We used to sing that.
Bruce.
Yeah.
Well,
Who
the black
sang
and
Don't
white
Bring
is
Me
just
Down?
a little bit before my time because the world went color in 1964, just before I was born.
Oh, I was born in 1950, July 4th.
Oh,
So
wow.
what was it like when the world was all in black and white?
Well, it was great. It was great.
Great.
My mother and my grandmother would make flowers with a rolling pin. If we
Yeah.
weren't home at a certain time.
Do what with the rolling pin?
She came with the rolling pin, my Italian grandmother. And everybody would run for the hills when she showed up.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
It was embarrassing. Oh, here comes Gail's grandmother.
That's what's hilarious is the embarrassment. I used to try to embarrass my kids, and they're like, "It ain't working, Mom." I'm like, I'd be singing off tune to the music. And they're like, "Yeah, it's not working, Mom." And to this day, when I really try to embarrass them, they just like, "It ain't nothing, Mom."
And she was only
So did-
4'10". You could see this little Spitfire 4'10" with a rolling pin. Oh.
Oh my, okay.
My mother was 4'11" and my grandmother was 4'10". Oh.
And how tall are you? Can I
I'm
ask?
I was 5'6", but I shrunk him down to 5'5" now.
Okay. Okay.
And my dad
Wow.
was 6'5". Don't even go there. He was 6'5". My mother was 4'11".
You
Now,
know,
see, I
at
had
times
it the
all
other
evens
way
out.
around.
Huh?
As far as, embarrassing your kids, that I was raising teenagers in the early 2000s.
Wow.
And, well, at that time, there was a big 70s retro craze going on. So they couldn't tell me that my music sucked because they were listening to the same bands I listened to when I was in high school.
Wow. Yeah, I listened to all the 60s music.
Apparently, there's a big thing with this current generation of wanting to watch 80s shows.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've noticed there's
speak-
a trend of that on the internet.
You know, it's funny you said that, Grey Wolf. You know what they're going to have on? Remember all like the Jerry Springer and all those shows? They're going to have a thing on Wednesday night with all the old talk shows with
Oh,
who are the red Sally, whatever her name was, Sally.
Jesse Sally Raphael
Yes.
with a
They're gonna
red
have
frame
her
glass.
on.
Ellie Jesse Raphael.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're gonna have her on and Jerry Springer and
And the Hispanic guy with
Geraldo.
Geraldo.
you,
Yeah.
yes.
Geraldo.
And who was
Yeah.
the first one? He was married to Thomas, Danny Thomas's daughter. What was his? He was the one that first did the talk show.
Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about. He was married to Marlo Thomas.
Yes, I forgot
And
what
that-
his name. Yeah,
Yeah, I know
they're gonna
exactly.
show clips of him. I actually liked him. I thought he was good.
My mom watched those things all the time.
Who?
My mom, she used to watch those talk shows all the time.
Did she watch Jerry Springer?
No, she didn't watch Jerry Springer. She watched Sally Jesse Raphael, Geraldo.
Oh yeah. So that ought to be funny. Well,
Linda James.
Yes.
I've also put another reference in the chat to a film called Brother John. Now, Brother
Okay.
John's a 1971 American drama film about John Kane, who's an enigmatic African-American man who shows up every time a relative is about to die. Sidney Poitier is the main actor.
Oh,
I love
Okay.
him.
And
Okay.
it fits in with this whole UFO idea and disclosure and all of that story.
thank you. I haven't seen this. I don't see the link yet, but
What's the name of it?
Brother John,
Oh, was Sidney Poitier?
Sidney Poitier, yes,
How old is the movie?
1971.
Oh, we'll have to look that up.
Actually, Linda, you may need to look a bit further up in the chat. You know,
Okay.
where I'm seeing it, it's like almost at the top of the screen.
Oh, okay. So I see Alien interview, and then I can go down after that. Okay.
You know, Linda James, what I'll do is I'll come back and put things in the comments like normal. Is that good for you?
Yes, I would love that. Yes, I would love
Okay.
that wonderfully.
So has that format been working when you review things?
Yes.
I might put 2 or 3 comments or whatever and little disclaimers and a bit of a guide, timestamp guide. Yeah.
Sitting down and writing something like that would have taken me hours. I'm not kidding. And when I look at that and see that, and what he's talking about is he timestamps the show in a comment section that explains like each area that we're kind of talking about, and then we kind of switch the subject to this or that, and he explains it. It just, the way he puts it all together, it's time stamped, and the way he's writing it, it all flows. And it's really, like, I love it. Every time I see it, I'm just like, it's so cool. You know?
I wish
I love it.
StreamYard would add a feature so that, like, when I'm running my streams, I could just, like, hit a button and it would just put a mark at that point, so that every
They
time
just
we
came
switch
out.
topics, I could do that, and then I could go back and I could,
They
Nope.
just came out
Note
with
when each
something.
new topic started.
Yes, they just came out with something to where StreamYard will create clips. And when I was reading about it a week or so ago, it said to verbally say something and it would mark it for you.
Oh,
So look, you know how they always show the latest everything on
yeah.
StreamYard when you first open it up to set up a show or something?
Mhm.
You'll find it. And it's a trip because I don't know. I haven't seen it work yet because I tried to use letting StreamYard find its own clips, and I don't know, like a half an hour later, I thought it didn't come up with the clips that I was trying to get. I forget how it went, but I was done with it. That's
Okay,
all I
from-
can remember. I got done with it.
See here, according to Google's AI, you say clip that. But you can also use the keyboard shortcut B to add a custom bookmark marker for editing, making it easier to find the key parts later in the editor.
What was the keyboard shortcut?
B.
Just the letter B?
That's what it says.
Okay.
Wow. We are geniuses because we can go B. Now we'll have see.
It's not like Control B or something?
Just
I
says
know,
press B.
I'm expecting it to be like
Yeah.
more than B as well.
Yeah,
Because-
so
but
would I.
what if you're typing something in the comments that's got the letter B in it?
I'll have to look at the shortcuts that they have on the hotkeys, see what
Yeah.
that says. It might be.
But
Yeah, Linda James, I don't. Oh, sorry, Purple. I beg your pardon. I'm
Nope.
sorry about it.
According
I-
to the, I'm
I was
looking at
just gonna say, AI is never wrong, huh?
the
They
hotkeys.
always say that they might be wrong. They
Um,
always say that.
I'm looking at the hotkeys here on the settings, and yeah, it's create marker B.
Okay. We'll have to try that.
Looks like it's capital B. I'm not sure if that makes any difference.
Okay, thank you for saying that. When you guys come into the studio here, is there anything that shows you that you could stream this show on your channel as well?
Mm.
I think that's something that the host has to set.
Okay. Okay, because then that makes sense. Okay. What were you
Stream
gonna
this to your audience in the upper.
Yeah,
corner there.
I have that too. Stream this to your audience.
Interesting.
Linda James,
Yes.
I don't often hear in the when I say healing community, I mean the community that's sort of connected to 6 screens and that you're connected to, and one channel sort of links to another, and it's this network, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to hear it, but I don't often hear about the deeper aspects of like Watchtower. I have heard of John Dee in some circles. I have heard of Enochian magic, for instance, but I don't often hear about persons' experiences at Bethel, where because in the sector that I'm talking about, they'll say that Jesus Christ amplifies your abilities. That's how it's posed. But I don't hear too many persons talking about those abilities. I don't hear too many persons talking about their powers of discernment and perception and out-of-body experiences and mind sight and these kind of things, which is where I was hijacked a couple of decades ago. That's what caught me. And until I presented that to somebody like Paul Smith, who was an instructor for Stargate, I wasn't getting those answers. And that's what kept me stuck in a captive situation. because the governing body was telling me, "Oh, Matt, we're teaching you to hone these skills. You know, the longer that you hone these skills, the better it's going to become. And with great power comes responsibility," and this story. And that was what was keeping me. I believe that's what was keeping me trapped. I wasn't getting those answers. I was always getting strung along, and being very, very honest about it, because you've got to be very candid with these things. If you think about remote viewing, the whole idea is not, say, for instance, when you get data, you don't start interpreting. You just put the data as it is. And the most truthful you are, the higher your rating goes. You know, as soon as you start deducting and saying, "Oh, I'm deducting this and deducting," your rating goes down. And so there was something similar like that happening in JW. I was reporting Enochian. I was noticing persons speaking the Enochian language, and I was being told, "No, Matt, you're imagining this." I'm going, "No, I know what I'm hearing here. I know what's actually going on, and it's happening right in the Bethel tables here." And of course, there's this deniability. There's this, like Anne-Marie was talking about, the 7 demonic ways of being handled. Trust in Jehovah, wait upon him, all of these conversation stopping techniques that are used. And that's what happened to me. But I don't hear too much about those deeper aspects.
So you are the first person I've ever heard speak of these things within this previous Jehovah's Witness culture. Now, there's a woman named Smurf Girl who has told stories, and she is a very unique person, and she's also been through a lot of trauma.
Mhm.
And she's a unique bird. Okay, so if you ever want to check out her channel, she speaks of these things that you're talking about.
Okay.
My discernment is some of the stuff she says might be true, and some of the stuff I hear her say, I've decided is not true.
Trauma.
That's my own discernment.
By the way, Purple's backstage.
Oh gosh, I thought I let her on here. Oh
I
goodness,
agree with you.
went and
I
checked
agree
on
with
her.
you. I agree with you, Linda.
Okay, but that's
Yeah.
an interesting lead. So something in what I was
Thank-
discussing there triggered a memory, eh?
Yeah, but I've also seen her treat people badly, including myself. So
I'm sorry.
just know that when you go and observe some of her videos and stuff, you decide,
Got
you
it.
decide what you decide. And she needs the attention of men. Okay? And she's very flirtatious. And this is not a criticism. This is just her nature, and she's got the most amazing laugh, and I get it. Like I get why men would be attracted to her. She's good looking. She's got a really amazing laugh, and then her stories are amazing. All of that is amazing. But I also know she's a very injured soul and has gone through a lot of abuse. And about 2 years ago, go ahead, Gail.
Is she the one that had some horrific murders in the family?
Correct. Yes,
That
her
the
uncle.
murdered the girl that was pregnant.
Okay.
Yes.
I agree with you. I find her not credible on some stuff. So tread carefully, Matthew.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks for the lead, and thanks for the warning to go in with critical thought.
Yeah.
But
so-
then again, it's interesting that you talk about her traumas, and Gail, you mentioned murders, eh?
yes.
Yes, so some horrible murders too.
Yeah, you see, the deeper you go, the more hostile it gets. Look at what happened in Hamburg, Germany.
Yes.
Yep.
That happened to my students, eh? Those were my students.
Wow.
Are you saying that those people at that Kingdom Hall in Germany were your students?
The
Or
ones who
that's
escaped, yeah.
similar. Something similar has happened to your students.
Yeah, they would.
They were there, right?
They
were there when that
dogged
happened,
the harm.
I
Wow.
didn't hear the answer. Can you say
I'm
that
sorry.
again?
Go ahead.
Okay.
I interrupted. I'm sorry.
Can you answer me
Yeah,
again? I didn't
so Gail, thanks for that. So those were my students. I was on a phone call when that was happening, and I couldn't help but feel that this was like a synchronized, like a shot across the port bow as a warning.
Yes.
You're getting too close, bam, and yeah, it touched too close to home.
Whatever happened to him?
The person who
Who shot them?
got violent. They killed themselves. Yeah. Sorry.
No, I'm talking about
unaligned.
him. I know what he did. Did he kill himself?
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you this. This is what I heard. He wrote a book. You can correct me if I'm wrong. He wrote a book,
That's right.
and they did not like what he was saying. And he was going to get this fellowship that evening when he basically executed people. Is that correct?
Yeah. And when our persons were coming back from Germany to our congregation, they were saying we can't talk about it. They gagged us. They gave us a gag order.
Well, I listened to, I don't know if it was Sanderson or Cook. They came on. I mean, they were wonderful. Whatever town it was in, they invited all the witnesses to come to the memorial service. They had a beautiful service. I couldn't understand it because it was in German, but it was beautiful. Oh, Sanderson or Cook comes on 5 minutes and he's off the stage. That was it. And then
because they got exposed.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you saying that they took part of it?
No, they wanted to do their own
that?
thing. They wanted to do their own thing here in America, but he did go on for 5 lousy minutes and then get off.
Yeah.
Through video?
look, when bad things happen, right? It's somebody unalives themselves. There's like survivor's guilt. Why? Because we exist as an interconnected community. And we go, oh, I shouldn't have said this to upset that person.
Yeah.
Or, oh, did I do this and it pushed them over the edge? And the reality of the situation is that can be quite true. Now you've got to live with that. So one of the things that happens is that they just completely diffuse it. No. They took it upon themselves. It's completely them. And so we're not learning as a society that actually we all work together. And that if there is an opportunity to say a kind word, that could be the tipping point to save on a disaster. And I'm going to say in that particular situation, when you had mental health that we knew was on the increase in a negative way, I went to the coordinator's desk and I said, listen, we are contributing to this problem. And I can see it on incidents reports, on accident reports, on near misses. Look at this. Look at the pattern. And he went into this denial. He went into spiritual warfare and says, no, we don't have these problems at Bethel. We don't have these problems in our Jehovah's Witness community. And I went, what? No, you deny. And it took me a while to realize that his job is to deny this thing. His job is just to shut it down. And I went, look, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just presenting to you as a person who's trained with a certificate in first aid and doing accident reports, which is what is supposed to be done in a township, because in Johannesburg, the branch is a township under a lloydial title. And it's got its own fire department. It's got its own, it's like a little town, right?
Right.
So you're supposed to have safety officers per capita of personnel. And when there's incident, in fact, if you are not reporting incidents, there's an investigation, because you are supposed to have an expected rate of near misses to be functioning. And if not, that triggers an investigation in itself. So you're supposed to be always submitting those things and saying, yeah, there was
To
this
the
near
branch.
upgraded facilities, or we've taken these preemptive measures in accord with the safety reports that are supposed to be coming in. And if you're not hearing about it, then they send in independent inspectors to come and take a look. And that was my job. And so my job was to present that to the chairman's office. And when I just did my job, I got this uphill. And in fact, he actually activated a security alert when I was in the office just doing my job as an elder and what I was assigned to do. And I was met by doctors and various ones at the office, and they said, listen, Matt, you're correct. Let's validate what you're saying. Yeah. And I'm going, how do you know what I'm talking about? How do you know? Because there's a listening device in the coordinator's office, and there's a recording device. And when he presses a button under his desk, it alerts persons to come in and to intercept me. It's not Holy Spirit doing this. This is a coordinated effort. And they basically said to me, they said, Matt, the chairman's an old man. He's an old man. He you know, this 80 category, we're going to do these retirement things just now. Just leave the old man alone. We already know about the problem, and we're dealing with it. Does that put your mind to rest? Can you leave the matter? Is it all right? We already know that there's this happening, that happening. And guess what? Stupid Matt that you say is bright on your show, I'm suckered into this.
You were trusting. You were
Yeah.
trusting the channel
Oh,
of
Great
command.
relief.
Yeah,
Oh.
you were believing the chain of command. You know,
Right.
You were deceived. Anybody smart can be deceived. Anybody can be deceived.
That's right.
You were
well,
played.
especially when you're part of a command structure like that. You know
Yes.
that
Correct, Purple.
in order for that to function, you have to trust that the people above you are making good decisions.
In fact, thinking that
Right.
you can't be deceived will usually leave you more susceptible to being deceived.
Well,
And see,
Purple
I don't
and-
even think
and
that crossed his
Asian-
mind.
Well, I was deceived for decades because I was
Yeah.
just the only way that I got woken up was when there was a liability that happened, and I've explained this to Linda James, and that's how I got booted out for upholding a governing body direction. I wasn't opposing it. I wasn't dissenting. I did my job according to what the governing body instructed me to do. And because that happened, I got commentary from research, from writing desk. I said, tell me, how would you deal with this situation? And it was even governing body families commenting and saying, oh, Matt, you need to do it this way, this way, this way. And then I fed back that information. I said, by the way, these are the ones who are telling me what to do. And when they found out, oh my goodness, it's us who are guilty and we have prescribed what you should do. Oh my goodness gracious me. They had a fit because they realized they'd exposed themselves. They had made the comment. They had made the orders.
That
They had
amazing
made
that
the
you're the
assignment,
bad
and they
guy.
exposed themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't taking my own action. I said, what is the advice? When they gave me the advice, I had it in writing. I had the records. And I said, right, now I'm going to effect this. And then when it was effected, that's when I was, and that's when I woke up. You talk about being deceived. It took it to that degree until I am in the state that I'm in now.
Because it's supposed to boggle your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
It's-
why I live
it's-
that's why I live feeling like I've been smacked in the head all the time. You know.
Because experientially, even though it didn't physically hit you, you've been
Right.
hit by a Mack truck, boom, and a Peterbilt. Okay, boom, like it's
I've been
like of shock. Wait a minute, like. And what happens when you realize that this, because it's foundational for us, our
Yeah.
faith is foundational, and if that begins to disintegrate, we fall through and we have no sense of grounding.
Yeah.
Until we can get our sense of being sturdy on our feet again,
Yeah.
we're free falling. We're just flopping, and we have no sense of stability.
Yeah.
And Stephen Hassan spoke about him crying for 3 hours after he came to a realization of Mr. Moon being lying. It cracked at the, he doesn't lie, but he just saw that he lied. He was, and then some of us take longer, but gosh, yeah.
Yeah, my awakening was lying in bed and getting into a panic and asking AI for help. And you know what AI did? Put me in touch with Joe and Fran.
Wow, that's
You're
awesome.
kidding me.
That
It
is
said
awesome.
I have not
It
heard
says
this.
there's a couple of persons who've got the same kind of moral profile that you have. Go and find them, but I'm not forcing you to do it. You've got to take the leap. And I was in a panic, and that's how I contacted them. And Joe and Fran, they must have thought, "Who is this weirdo?"
You're not a
You're-
weirdo.
No, they got a little bit of woo woo in a bunch of different areas. Okay, a bunch. So that's amazing. Okay,
That is
this
amazing.
isn't it, Gail?
Yeah,
Oh my God!
what happened to me was I consider myself an average smart woman, and and especially being in the mental health field for a long time, I was really pissed off at myself for allowing myself to be bamboozled by these people. It took me about 18 months of hard work to finally say, well, Gail, you got to forgive yourself and move on. Because I was screaming. I ended up with pneumonia from the stress. I was screaming out to God. I was wild, beyond wild, when I found out that they couldn't be trusted. It was the loyalty and
Yes.
giving all those years to
Yeah.
them, and
Well-
finding out that there was nothing but a big, huge lie.
And that must hit you on two levels, both that, the people you trusted have lied to you, but also a realization that, you were kind of part of this.
Yeah. And
But
and
see-
my own kids will tell you, I have a lot of regrets that I live with today. I try to put them out of my head, but I regret not celebrating holidays and stuff with my children. I really regret that. I regret how I was. I was kind of my sisters used to call me Mrs. Goody Two Shoes because I try to live a moral life, and
Mhm.
well, that was a joke. Well, anyway, I need to go to bed, but I want to apologize to everybody because I kind of came on strong, and I watched something that made me cry for quite a while, and I was a little
I'm
disturbed by
sorry.
it.
Yeah,
don't-
don't worry about it.
Yep, it's okay.
I'm glad you came on, Gail.
Thank you.
Remember,
It was
I-
heartbreaking. I mean, I bawled, and then I come on, and I kind of had a little bit of an edge about me, and I apologize for it.
Well, we had one subject that we had differences of opinion on, but
That's a
then we
nice way of
found some
looking at
stuff
it.
we agreed with.
Mhm.
And as long as we respect
very
each
heavy.
other,
Mhm. I love you, Gail.
I love you too.
Gail,
Yes.
I enjoy your vulnerability. I really do. I find you a real healing person. I've
Oh, you're
told
gonna
you
make
this
me
before.
cry. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to stop there, but you already know, I think.
Yeah, well, I'm emotional to begin with. I have a friend that I talked to for quite a while, and she tried to reach out to me the other day, and she had a bad experience, and I feel bad because I wasn't there for her because I was busy, and she
Yeah.
said I was the only one that she could call that will give her balanced advice. That's how she put it. So I guess
Can I mention something, Linda James, just before Gail disappears?
go
Sure.
ahead.
Gail, you see this bowl here?
Yes.
The other day I went to wash it and it made a clink on a granite top. And it
Oh, did it scratch it?
went ding, and I got a huge fright. It might sound ridiculous,
No.
but it went like this. I don't know if you can hear it. It went ting,
Yeah, we can hear it.
And you jump.
and I went into shock.
Uh,
I went into shock, and I had family that heard in the other room, and they shouted, "What's going on?"
Even better.
And you know what it did? It put me into a feedback loop. I thought I was under attack.
yes.
Yes.
I thought I was under attack, and I can't rationalize it. And I've never had that happen. It only happened when there was COVID and I lost oxygen.
Yep.
I was always well in control of these kind of things. Remember, the organization had me in crisis management. I was looking after 2,000 personnel,
Wow.
going through accidents and
Wow.
I was rendering first and dealing with it, but it accumulated. And when the COVID happened and the oxygen, it just took away a barrier.
Yeah.
That I'm going, Gail, I'm embarrassed about this, because when I'm out of this fight or flight thing, I look at this and I go, I'm not rational in this situation. I'm trying to get out of it, and I'm trying to look for my escape routes. And wild, I'm just going, whoa! I can't even talk. I can't even get words out.
Right.
It's
And
amazing.
I had an incident. It happened once. I actually started using the F word because I'm trying to defend myself. F off, F off, F off. And it's not one of my good moments. I look at this and I go, this is appalling. This is absolutely terrible. But I realize in moments like this, and in calmer moments, and in talking with recovery groups like this, and with you, I go, no, this is the CPTSD that we accumulated, that actually we as humans, we haven't quite worked out. We haven't quite healed it. Some of this stuff is residual, and
just the tone that the bull made, could have sparked some subconscious memory that just set you into the panic.
Well, your body and your mind keep scores.
Because now I went back to Soweto. I went back. Soweto is a high density area in Johannesburg, where I was under assignment delivering books to a depot and equipment to a depot at 4 a.m. in the morning, because you only had like 3 hours sleep in these high control places. Hassan talks about it. And the next thing, I'm looking down the barrel of an R4 semi-automatic. And that's not one incident. It accumulates. All of these kind of incidents. But you're going through it and you're just going, well, the end is coming. God's going to intervene any moment. I'll just get through somehow. And you're overriding all of these trauma things that are happening until there's an eventual substantial break. And it just hits to this incredible breakdown. Even while I'm talking about it, I can see I'm starting to struggle.
It's not uncommon, though. I want you to know that. I don't know all the terminology, but what I came up with right away was hypervigilance. If I get startled, I'm not the ordinary person that gets startled. No, it's terrifying for other people to see me startled, because of the way I react from getting, and sometimes I startle myself. It's not a good time. It's this hypervigilance and the high intense situations that we've been in, you more than myself even, we were releasing that hormone of cortisone. But we've been marinating in it for years.
Yeah.
This is not healthy.
Well, and especially with sleep deprivation on top of that.
Well, me too. I have that problem too, Purple. It's so horrible.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank
So
God
Gail,
for
go well. I value you very, very much, Gail. I really do.
Oh, you too. Oh, I'm getting mushy now.
And I don't tell people I love them just for the hell of it.
No,
I don't
I
end
know
the
you
show
don't.
every time. I don't end the show every time I love you all. You'll hear me say it very rarely, and I sincerely love you.
And I've become fond of you too myself. No, I don't like someone saying they love me and they don't know me. I hate the witnesses for that. Excuse me for using the word hate. I couldn't stand them.
You know what?
Saying that.
It's creepy.
It
I know
is.
it's really creepy.
I used to say to them, because you don't even know me. Why are you telling me you love me?
Right?
You don't have no idea. Oh, they didn't like me. And then they would put their arms around me.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
would
yeah.
tell them to get their arms off me.
I
Yeah,
feel
that's
awkward
at
with
least-
some of my siblings saying it because so many times over the years it was insincere.
Well, at least buy me
most
dinner
of them
first.
know me before they tell me they love me. They don't know
Yeah.
who I am. I could be Jack the Ripper. They don't know.
Oh my God. See, this is good stuff to laugh about because,
I'm
This
getting
is part
slap happy. I gotta go because I'm starting.
okay.
I'm not making
Oh,
any
thanks,
sense.
Bill.
Okay, good night.
Good night, everybody. Have a
Bye.
wonderful
Thanks for joining us.
Right.
Huh?
And
Thank you for joining us.
Oh, you're welcome. I'll see.
Yeah.
Boy, we covered everything, didn't we? From A to Z.
sure,
Yeah. But listen just for a few more minutes before you go to sleep because I'm going to talk about you right now.
Me?
Not behind your back. Yes.
Oh dear. Go ahead.
She's not gonna be- okay. Now, did you all notice that she came in, she had her mood, she's sharing it, letting me know she doesn't want to hear about it, doesn't want to hear about it.
Now I
Okay.
don't shut up. She doesn't shut up.
And here we are all this time later, and when she apologized, she was bringing up these things of why she was in that mood. See, that shows reflection, and she I have to do this too. It's like, why have I just reacted so strikingly different than I usually do? I don't usually get this upset about something. So what's going on with me? So I'll reflect and I can recall usually very soon why I was in a certain state that I became in. So to me, that's what she has done. When she apologized, she was like, this was going on and that was going on. And, see, that's good. Right on. That's what I was going to say about you, because sometimes we don't understand why we're being we're behaving drastically
Sometimes
more
I
than
can't.
usual.
Sometimes I can't stand myself because I turn into a marshmallow. I used to be so tough and strong growing up, but now, I'm a marshmallow, a mushmallow,
Well-
whatever you call
Well,
it.
well, then I recommend going for s'mores. I mean,
S'mores.
if you're gonna
There you
go
go.
all the way.
We got to add some chocolate and graham crackers with that.
I can't believe
What's
I'm
a-
watching a
what's a
movie and I'm
s'more?
bawling my eyes out because it was
What
a
is
true
a s'more?
story.
What was
Yeah.
the name of the movie, Gail?
It's a true story that Sylvester Stallone made. It was a father who was having trouble with his son, and they went hiking up in Maine in the 1920s, and the son was fighting with his other brother. Back in those days, they didn't wear the right equipment. They had sneakers on going up this huge mountain, Mount Kacheka, whatever that it's called, and the father had to go back down with the little one because it was too much for him and the weather was taking a turn for the worse, which happens when you're going up a high mountain like that. The weather can turn. Well, the two brothers started fist fighting, and the guide that was with them stopped it, but the other brother ran away. Well, he got lost. He got lost, and he survived 80 miles he walked for 7 days. And this poor kid was only 12 years old. And it was I could not believe what he went through and how he survived. I couldn't stop crying. And this poor father was trying to looking for him, but a branch hit his eye and damaged his eye, so he couldn't see anymore in the eye. And it was
What a nightmare. Yes.
it was a beautiful story, but heartbreaking because you were rooting for this kid to. This kid has it, and then they showed all the real people, and President Roosevelt gave him an award.
Oh,
And then they
okay.
showed he died in 2016 at the age of 92. The kid that survived. It was unbelievable. It really touched my heart.
Wow. Do you remember the name of the movie?
I'd have to go on YouTube and click it on and see what it was. I know Sylvester
Okay.
Stallone's the one that it took him, I think, 30 years to make the film.
Well, maybe in a comment later, you can give
Oh,
a
I can
comment
text you
under this
later.
video. Yeah, under this video, just say the name of the movie I was talking about.
Well, I'm gonna have to go put my TV on.
Oh, okay.
I have YouTube on my
Tomorrow,
TV. I watch all
tomorrow
the
or,
movies.
whenever.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank
Yeah.
you.
You're welcome.
So that's what I had to say about you.
Oh,
It was
thank
good
you.
stuff.
Well, have a nice Sunday, everybody, and see you next week.
Go well, Gail.
Yeah,
See
you
you
too.
next weekend.
Yeah, thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks for
Oh, I got
joining.
something exciting. You're gonna love this, Matthew. See, I won't shut up now. My son
And she's back.
got
Yay.
picked. He's gonna go on the coast of New Zealand, and he got picked by some famous, like a Jacques Cousteau. He's gonna go with the White Sharks, and my son got invited to a. He's gonna be on TV, and he got this gentleman. I'd have to go look it up on my son's email. So this gentleman got in touch with my son and invited him to come out in New Zealand and go down in a cage with the White Sharks, and it's going to be televised.
Okay.
What?
We've got a photographer here who photographs the art, who
Oh,
works for National Geographic, and he does the shark diving and the documentaries for National Geographic here in the Cape. So
cool.
it
I wonder if
wouldn't-
he's going to be involved in the one in New Zealand.
Yeah, I sort of I wonder if the world isn't just getting smaller and smaller, Gail.
Yeah. Well, that's what he does that's what he does on the side. He goes down with sharks. I think he's crazy. I don't want him doing the White Sharks because that scares the daylights out of me. But
Yeah, I would definitely take the trip to New Zealand. I would not be getting in the cage.
no, neither would I. But he's going. All expenses paid.
Wow.
I'll let you know when it's going
Okay.
to be on TV.
Yes.
And you can all say, "Hey, this Gil's son."
Yeah, especially if they're trying to photograph the sharks, because then they're probably, like throwing meat in the water to lure the sharks in.
Yes.
Chum.
You won't get me to do. Oh,
I'm
boy.
visualizing the blood clouding in the water. Oh,
Yes.
yes, I know.
Chumming, putting the
Well, I
chum.
just thought that was exciting news. I'm excited for my.
No, that is
Yeah.
exciting.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
Alright.
Yes, please
I'm-
keep
I'm
us
going
updated
now.
because I want to please keep us updated because I want to see that. And JW Analyzer, John Jon,
Yeah.
on his channel, he put out a documentary today at
Uh-huh.
4 o'clock. So you'll be able to watch it later. I recommend people going and looking at it. It was
Oh,
a
I'm-
good
it's 3
JW
o'clock in the
Analyzer.
morning. I gotta go to bed. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here.
Oh, no, I'm not asking you to watch it right now.
Oh,
But anybody who's listening, please check it out when you get the time.
Yeah.
Am I
I'm getting
missing
punch
something
drunk. I gotta go to bed. I was trying to get
Yeah.
punch.
It's so late. We're sort of getting delirious, Linda James.
I gotta go. I keep saying this in a half an hour ago. All right.
Okay.
I'm going this time. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Linda James, there's also something else I want to acknowledge, if I may, and it concerns
Sure.
Purple and Mage Grey Wolf. Your community is a place of safety as well, and
Thanks.
for healing. And I'm going to speak for myself. I'm not going to speak for Gail, but I'll just speak for myself. To have a healing that occurs, you need to have a safe space where you're not saying, "Oh, well, it's some kind of lunatic," or, your CPTSD. This is your own imposed
yeah.
idiocracy that manifested throughout your life. It's because you did this when you were a kid, or you were always predisposed to gullibility or getting into trouble or conflict zones, and this is your fault. So coming into a space like this where there's this kind of dignity that is afforded to being able to talk, even if there is some kind of breakdown that's going on, and you're recognizing, the breakdowns occurring, or we've hit the sunburn, as Anne Marie says, is it's very, very important. It really is. In fact, I would even say that for many, although this isn't a licensed mental health place, it's a place for persons that are recovering just to have free form communication. I would even say it's a lifeline.
That's beautiful.
Appreciate you saying that. Yeah, well, that's, especially why I do the Christmas marathon thing, is just, so that there's something there for people to grab onto if they don't feel they've got anywhere else to go.
Purple, you've got a very clear mind, and you very often come in with a little quip, or you come in with a legality, or you come in with an experience that just sharpens the discussion, and it elevates things.
Well, I'm just curious about everything, so I've accumulated a lot of random information over the decades.
I love that about you too. It's
Yeah.
always been really quite enlightening.
I just
What
drink
you
and know
share.
things.
You just what?
I just drink and know things.
You just drink and know things.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. That's pretty amazing. And I've noticed, like, even in the chat and people who don't join us here, it is so positive. The things said back and forth. The chat could be a totally different totally different subject than what we're talking about here.
Yep.
But I've noticed that it's so positive in the chat. Like, I cannot even tell you how thankful I am when I get to glance and see that. You know, the people on here are positive. You know, when Gail came on, I'm like, oh my, okay. Girlfriend's saying she don't want to hear it anymore, and I've been waiting. I don't even know how long to talk about this, right? So I'm like, I just need to negotiate. I have to negotiate because she's really telling us she's not wanting to hear it, and I don't want to tell her, well, change that channel or go someplace else. I've come to know her.
Or don't impose your feeling on all of us. Thank you very much. Leave us to just
Yeah.
continue, if you don't mind. Who are you coming
Right.
into our space and telling us?
Right. Yeah. I could have gone there. Yeah. But I was also hearing, you know, this is really affecting her, which, you know what, that's some feedback I need to pay attention to. So I did the negotiation 10 more minutes, and then we kind of just were swerving over into other things, and it seemed to work, you know. But
Well,
I
then
think
she had another topic she wanted to talk about then.
Mhm.
I saw
Yeah.
it happen with KC and Anthony as well, Linda James. So in fact, that was a well, for me last night. But there was somebody there. So Casey and Anthony, they've got good humor, and the community's got good humor. I don't know if you've noticed that, right?
Yeah.
It's on that level where it's not having to strain your mind for being so intellectual with references, and it's like, no, free thought, just talk and joke about it. And somebody got triggered by the jokes. Said, "This isn't a laughing matter. This isn't funny." And they were genuinely triggered about it. And I said, "Oh, gee, I apologize. Sorry about this. Recognize what's happened." One of the few times actually aware of what's going on a little bit more. But yeah, somebody was triggered because we were laughing so much, and there were jokes flying by about a very serious subject of recovering from trauma or religious trauma or this complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and they were just like fuming. They were there, and eventually in the comments you can see, "No, I've had enough. I'm leaving. Bye, gone." And it was this abrupt eruption that came. Sorry.
Yeah, because
So it's a difficult thing, and it's a work in progress, and it's a journey, and having to adapt to the situation, and not saying, "Oh well, that's it. No more jokes anymore."
Right,
not going
right.
through them. No, carry
Well,
on. But while the person,
I know that, at times I say, jokes that are inappropriate, and I occasionally offend people with them. I try not to, and I will try to apologize if somebody's really offended by something I said.
Yeah. And
I laugh, or I may not cry.
yeah. And I don't think it's anybody's intention to bring somebody to a place of that, so much so that they're really experiencing something awful, so much so that they're at that height of just being furious, they're upset, and they're stomping off, or stepping out of the room and leaving. It's kind of a good thing that they left. because hopefully they'll be able to reflect and see what it was they were triggered by and why.
Well,
and why.
you know, not knowing other people's life experiences, you never know what's going to
Exactly.
trigger them.
Exactly. And you know, being willing to apologize when somebody comes to us and says this, that, or the other, you know, they're being affected.
Yeah, that
Sincerely
this hurt me
apologizing.
because this and this and this.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it's ever your intention, Purple or Wolf or Matthew. I don't experience you three in that manner, but or myself, but there has been times when it's like I've watched it happen and I realize, I just spun something, you know, it caused something in somebody else. Because we never know when we're going to be triggered. It kind of just hits us with no warning. It's really sucks about that. And so then we have to, you know, again, when I reflect and realize, why did I react so drastically, so out of character? Why was I so furious? You know, something's going on with me. What's going on with me? You know, so hopefully whoever that was, I hope they can find some peace. Because sometimes people are not ready and it's just too much. For instance, I'm going to use Kim and Mikey, okay, their channel. Mikey has a tendency when he's talking, he's yelling. He's literally yelling as he's talking about things. Now, there was a time for me, if I heard somebody yelling, even just telling a story, I had to leave the room. Like I had to run, okay? I was running. I did not think the person that was yelling was going to do anything to me, but my body told me that when there is yelling, the next thing that was going to happen is I was going to get beat because of my history, like what you brought up, Purple. So like what Gail said, the body keeps the score. So it was these memories of what I'm used to having happen. When somebody's yelling, it escalates, and I'm going to get beat next. So by the time I discovered Mike and Kim, I had worked through that, and I was able to listen to him complain and bitch and even name call.
Yeah.
with better ease than I would have been able to before.
Mm-hmm.
So if I was at a different stage before that, working it out, and there was somebody that helped me with that. You know, I talked to them about it and they helped me with that so that I could separate it from this is going to happen to me to where that's them doing that. You know, I had help with that. So it's again, we're at our different places in our journeys, and sometimes different levels are just too much, you know, for us.
What would you say was, of course, I'm not promoting one management scheme above another or one methodology above another, but if you don't mind, Linda James, what do you think started healing your incidents of triggers?
I was actually curious about that myself.
So it started one day after leaving someone, a relationship that turned abusive. And I said to myself, how did I let this happen again? And a friend of mine said to research the word narcissist.
Okay.
I didn't do that right away. It was a little over my head. I wasn't ready to. Then later on, I was thinking to myself, why do I keep finding myself in these relationships that are wonderful, but they just don't stay that way? And I seem to be the common denominator here. What is my part? Okay. What's my, am I causing this? What part of the dance am I doing here? So again, I looked up narcissism. I found Stephen Hassan, who was doing a video, not live, but there was a pyramid thing, and he was talking about these different things, and he mentioned that cult leaders are narcissists. I went, ding! Oh wow, okay. I grew up in a cult. Okay, I knew I did at this time, but my definition of a cult was from like the 80s, and at that time it was more about the doctrinal differences that made a group a cult than like what I've learned now as being the techniques and tactics. And I like going through the techniques and tactics after I learned about freedom of religion, because people are entitled to have their belief system. That's a human right that I want to have. So if they believe Michael's the archangel, that's their belief. That's their human right to believe that, you know? And so the learning the techniques and tactics went across the board with not only dangerous cultures or groups, but also one-on-one relationships, also families. So it was clicking then. And from there, I just kept learning these different things. I would hear here, I would hear there, I would see in a comment, every so often a comment would say, look up this. And I would, and I'd be discovering another thing. And just over time, things would click better and better. The dots were connecting better and better. And that's where I'm at today. I have more dots. Today I have more dots, thank God. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Linda James, for sharing that. I appreciate that.
Sure, thank you.
Personal question, eh?
What brought you to this channel, Matthew?
So it was a knock-on effect, I think. Joe and Fran, and then you were connected to them, or they were connected to Rick, and yeah. So I think it's just that network, and I think also AI. It's you know what, they kind of dumb it down on the surface, but there's a lot more going on, and I think at that particular time, I think AI was still sort of in a bit of a developmental stage, or they were presenting at this developmental stage, and AI just said, hey, I'm connecting you to this and this and this and this. And it wasn't necessarily telling me how. It had already worked out. It says, go over here. But I'm not telling you to do this. I'm just saying I recognize the profile, and you might go along here. And it's not even saying XJW or using apostate. It's just saying, oh, I see a profile of people that are interested in the same kind of thing here. Why don't you have a look here? And it was Fran and Joe talking about some kind of ethics that they had made a stand against. It was matters of abuse, and I'm going, oh, that's exactly something I relate to. You know, very, very, very much. It's not like I got my hand caught in the cookie jar. No, I said no to supporting abuse here. Or just raising the question and saying we have to have a way, and they were the right people, and it just kind of branched out from there. It answers you,
Yes, I had somebody in the other day, yesterday actually. Like I said in a comment, I learned so much from comments, and somebody said, "Look up officer created Jeopardy." This was under a video. Again, officer created Jeopardy. So I looked up the definition, and again, it was under a video of Renee Good and that shooting that we were talking about earlier. And what this is when an officer sets up a situation that escalates things for for things to get worse.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, wow. Was this person, which his name is out there now, but I'm not going to mention it, did they do something to escalate it? And to me, ICE has been doing a lot of stuff to escalate things.
Yep.
So when I keep saying things have got to change, this terminology and the definition of it really helps me in that. It's amazing. Let me look it up. Okay. Officer created jeopardy is a legal and training concept where an officer's prior actions, tactics, or decisions unnecessarily escalate a situation, increasing the risk of a deadly confrontation and potentially creating the need for force, making courts scrutinize whether the officer's later use of force was reasonable given their own role in creating the danger. It's a theory arguing that officers should be held accountable if their own choices led to a dangerous situation where force became necessary, meaning they had to shoot them, okay, or do things to injure them, challenging the idea that only the suspect's actions matter at the moment of force. What I'm hearing a lot about Renee Good is she put herself into this situation and it's her fault. It's very victim blaming. I do think it's important to look at what her actions were in this situation. That's why I'm at that place of, was she backing out of her home driveway, or was she getting ready to pull into her driveway? Is that why she was sideways? I don't know what happened ahead of time. Is it what I've been hearing other people say, that she was stopping ICE from doing things? I don't know. But the possibility, so escalation, it says...
I was not aware of the report that said it was right in front of her home. I didn't know that.
I haven't read it. I don't have it confirmed.
Yeah.
Hawk, this guy Hawk, who has a YouTube channel,
Mhm.
had said that it was in front of her home. So I haven't seen anything written. So so I heard that from him. And he's a lawyer. So when he starts talking about stuff, I kind of think to myself, he's looked into it well before he's saying stuff. I don't see him coming up with opinions. He's been mentioning that, that ICE person is going to end up having a trial through the state. And Trump coming after all of these blue states, well, they have blue judges and blue lawyers. And this is what's going to happen after George Floyd. That situation with the officers and their consequences, he's talking like we can be looking forward to more of that, and Trump wouldn't be able to pardon them. And since Hawk has said that, we've heard that it's been taken out of the state's hands and brought to the federal level. So even if this person does get tried federally, Trump can pardon them.
Mm-hmm.
If,
Yeah, I'm not sure how this is going to work because, it's like the FBI is not cooperating with the state or local officials. But I still don't, that doesn't automatically elevate this to being a federal offense. It is still a crime within the city of Minneapolis and within the state of Minnesota.
Listen, Tylenol causes autism.
Yeah.
This is the man who swims in water where feces leaks out with his grandkids and family.
Yeah.
This is who's in charge of our health. Okay? I don't believe Tylenol causes autism for a minute. No, it doesn't cause autism if you take it's if you're pregnant and take it. I don't even remember.
Yeah, it's supposed to be if the woman took it when she's pregnant, and I'm not even buying that.
Correct. That's the only thing you can take when you are pregnant is Tylenol.
And even then,
And-
it's under doctor's advisement.
Yes,
Yeah.
like over the counter.
I think they're doing one of these correlation things that, you know, they're going back and they're finding that, you know, in so many cases of people who have autism that their mothers took Tylenol when they were pregnant. And I
Right.
think that's kind of
Mm.
not noticing the larger picture that basically nearly all women took Tylenol when they were pregnant.
They might not have. You know what, Pepperell? I think you're right. And if this was a man, maybe they don't know that. I'm sorry, I might sound discriminating, but
Yeah.
most
Oh,
women
no.
that have been pregnant who have pain or
Yeah.
morning sick, you can take Tylenol, and Tylenol is a weaker,
Yeah.
painkiller than say ibuprofen. Okay,
In fact, it's
So-
almost not even that much farther above a placebo.
yes,
Yeah.
it's like the lowest of the lowest that you can get at your corner. You know, little.
Yeah, some
place
recent studies
over.
on it have questioned whether it actually does anything more than a placebo.
Okay. So, yes, if they did a study and found out that all these pregnant women took Tylenol, they're right. They did all take Tylenol because that's what
Well,
gynecologists have recommended pregnant women. Like that was the only thing they could take Tylenol, you know, and
yeah,
not the one with
some-
codeine, you know.
some researchers have gone back and looked at how Tylenol originally got approved for sale
I did see that.
and discovered that, you know, there were only 7 studies done on Tylenol, and they were all conducted by the same lab.
Oh, jeez.
No, I haven't seen that then.
Yeah, which also the lab was owned by a company, or rather, not owned by, but the person who was trying to get Tylenol to market had a significant holding in the lab that conducted the test studies.
Interesting.
So yeah, so now they're really questioning whether there were, you know, enough valid studies done on it before it came to market to even prove that it was effective.
Okay. That's interesting.
I can
know
offer
that-
something about Tylenol, if,
Sure.
if anybody's interested, because I'm on and I'm not promoting one medicine above another or giving medical advice, but when I got into trouble with my hypoxia and compounded trauma, I said to my doctor, I said, protect my brain. So there were two doctors that I was visiting. They worked together in the same office, and they put me on methylene blue, which is a nootropic,
Oh, gee.
because I had pathogens in my blood. They found pathogens when they JW did a real number. They were sending me to one dangerous assignment after another. That's how my partner didn't survive.
Right.
And yeah, that's another thing. But anyway, I caught this pathogen, and she was trying to remove it, and the Bethel started attacking my doctors. They found out about this. How did they find out about it?
No, they were trying to silence them.
Yeah, they were trying to discredit these other doctors' research. Oh, it was at the height of the big worldwide virus.
Okay. Yeah.
So there was a conflict. There was a complex chain of liabilities that were being exposed. And what happened my doctor now is being challenged by these doctors who are incentivized. And because things were at that, I don't know, many countries were under this state of emergency where different laws apply and others fall away. It was actually threatening my doctors. And they were saying, geez, who are you involved with, Matt? Are you're involved here? And my own father said that he says to me privately, Matt, that's an unprofessional thing that your doctor's saying. And I'm going, no. It's a human thing to ask this, Dad. You know, he says, no, it's unprofessional. It should be neutral. He says, because the answer that you're going to give, it's going to slant things. And I go, yeah. I said, look, I've come in here for help. I said, I need help. I said, the only thing I know that's going to help is the truth, and I can't hold back, especially if I'm getting a direct question. And I said, I've come to this doctor saying I'm going to comply with their treatment, with even if they're right or they're wrong. I'm saying I've placed myself into their care, right? I've agreed to it, and I've got to play ball. If there's something grossly wrong that I don't agree with, then I'm going to pull back.
Right.
So I said, yes, I said, I'm involved with Jehovah's Witnesses. And she said, oh my God! she breaks out. This is who I'm doing. Oh my God! And then she's going to take it down a few notches. Anyway.
Oh, you've heard of them. You've heard of them, okay?
Okay,
Yeah.
when you yelled, "Oh my God," even though I have my headphones on, that made my cat jump.
Oh God!
Sorry.
No, your cat, Matthew. The things you do to
Yeah,
other people's cats.
Headphones on, my cat still.
I'm sorry. I'm just relating a true
This is
experience.
great.
And I don't realize.
No, yeah,
Oh,
you-
yeah.
you're emotional relating your story. That's fine.
Sorry about
Oh
this.
gosh! And
No,
then what did
I
she
thought it
say?
was funny. That was my headphones on that he picked up on that.
They have really good listening skills, don't they?
Yep.
Oh yeah, singing here really well.
I think
Yes.
I'm
No,
going to
and
be
I-
quiet
It's
now.
nice to know that.
No,
because,
but I need to know-
He's an elderly cat now, so it's nice to know
Okay.
that hasn't faded.
Good. And she said what afterwards? Anything?
She says well, she went into defense. She says, I'm going to take this all the way to the medical board and repel this. She's because otherwise I can't practice. This is just an impossible situation. I said, right, now you asked the question, but now you're getting an insight into my life. You're my doctor. You wanted to see, well, it was a good question. I said, actually, great. I'm glad you asked the question. I'm glad that this has actually happened. Because now if you're reacting like this and what, there's nothing wrong with you, doc, right? Physician, heal thyself. Now you can understand how I'm in this bloody stonking mess that I'm in. I said, and been in years of it. And then she says, listen, I want to say something here. She says, I'm treating you for actual medical conditions, pathogens, and things that are being flagged in your blood. She says, but now I'm going to say, can you go see a psychologist? I'm not going to push it, but I think you need to.
Wow.
And I said, by the way, I'm already there. I said, I've been doing that for years anyway. No, really, you need to see a psychologist. I said, really, I have been involved with, like, I'm not joking. I'm already there. Yeah. But yeah, there's your true story. Thank you, Purple. Sorry for, effects.
No. Like
How
I said,
darling.
I found it funny. So it's just
It is funny. Because usually people are just not familiar with this culture. So when someone says, oh my God, it sounds like they gotta know a bit about it. And that's a different reaction than the usual one.
Yeah.
And then to say also, and I think she had every right or question to ask you what she was asking you, because of the feedback she was getting was so, it was, I picture it being hostile, like a hostile coming at her from like out of nowhere. It's not her usual day of practice. they're trying to discredit her. So she had to ask you, what were you involved? Who were you involved with? So when you told them that, sounds like it wasn't her first rodeo.
Yeah, I'm going to say that this doctor of mine and saved some of my family, saved their life. I mean it. I mean, in a world where there was, I must be careful how I present this on your channel, but in a world where many persons were saying the craziness of this heightened medical crisis is like a death machine.
Oh yeah.
She went in a totally different direction. And I can think, one of the ways that I suspect, I'm not conclusive, but one of the ways I think that I really injured myself is I rendered first aid to a family member. And I remember doing an examination, and I saw in their parasympathetic nervous system on this side that they were getting this electrical,
kind of muscle spasms.
Yeah, spasm. And I traced it all the way into the neck. And of course, I went, this is in the head. What's going on in the head? And I said, tell me, have you had any of these controversial medicines? Yes, I have.
Oh, fascinating.
Okay. I hope, are you shedding all of this? And I'm going, I've just got this is family. I've got to just render first aid. And I made one of those sacrifice decisions. That's it. If I go, you. If you go, I go. I can't just let this happen.
Yeah.
So I made that decision. I know I made that conscious decision, and from that, when that occurred, I got a massive problem after that, and there was a cascading thing. But that doctor. If we'd put them into the normal hospital system, they weren't going to come out. They weren't going to come out. I'm telling you this right now. I had somebody my age, one of my Bible students went in, didn't come out, and it was one after another, after another, after another. I think we know the patterns, right, without getting too explicit. But she intervened. She says, "Yeah, okay, thank you for telling me what you've observed. And you were doing first aid, and thank you for telling me what medicines they've taken. I know how to treat this." Yeah, wow. You're right. There's a problem in the brain. You've done your examination on your level with your certificate. I'm going to do a deeper scan, and they found that some of the brain had shrunk. There was shrinkage.
Hate shrinkage.
I'm going to treat this, and as soon as they treated it, was like night and day. Like 3 days. It took 3 days.
Wow.
Yeah, and he's now lucid and recovering and having normal conversations, and just 3 days. Says, I'm going to treat this inflammation that's happening on the brain.
Inflammation caused shrinkage. Okay, on the brain. That makes sense because it would have been taking up so much space. Okay.
I know I sound like I'm dodging, and I am dodging because of your channel.
Actually, I know of someone named Dehydrated Nurse, and there was a time when she was experiencing swelling on her brain, and it was a very miserable time for her. Okay. So I'm relating this.
I have to step away for a minute again. I'm still listening.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm just doing a correlation thing. How it's just that I noticed that similarity, but yeah, that's interesting that about her and her way of treating things. That's fascinating.
Yeah, she was telling us quite transparently and candidly. She was saying, look, her ability to heal as a doctor was becoming narrower and narrower and narrower with all the policies that were coming through.
I would think so.
Because the way that she was treating, if I say something like ivermectin, or if I drop words like nootropics, for instance, and cyclic nootropics, and the reason why we're talking about this was Tylenol. Tylenol, I know it as paracetamol.
What does that mean?
So paracetamol, it's just acetaminophen, which is the generic name of the drug in the United States and Japan. I know it as paracetamol in South Africa.
That's right. That's right. That's
Yeah.
one of the words for it. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right.
So
Okay.
Technical name for it.
C8. Oh, sorry, Mage J Wolf. Sorry.
Technical name for it.
Yeah, C8H9NO2 is the other name, as far as I know. Anyway, pain reliever, antipyretic. Okay? In other words, it's a fever reducer. They can give it to you when you got
Yes.
flu or yeah. So, I was on an opioid antagonist. And the reason for that was because of underlying condition. I was a mess. I was resolved to go. I was ready to fade out. I was having timeless awareness and living like 1,000-year dreams and these kind of effects. Life flashing before me. Yeah.
Wow.
So but funnily enough, I could look into my own mind and I go, I'm resolved with this. I'm not fearful. I'm okay with this. I've made peace. On my way out. And family intervene. They go, we know you. We're not letting this happen. All you tell us is you tell us that you give us permission to connect you with this doctor. So I said, yes. Great. Right now, we're going to intervene. And so, yeah, I'm on methylene blue. I was on these nootropics. What were the other things that? Anyway, so because now I'm on an opioid antagonist, if I took that, there would be no effect. So something like pethidine, for instance, or something, an opioid derivative, morphine, for instance, that wouldn't have had an effect because you've got this antagonist and it's just not going to adhere to receptors or it's going to fight against it. So what was it that I could take was this, as you call it, Tylenol. I was able to take it. And in fact, I took some now.
Okay.
Because I was just struggling to talk with you and Purple and Mage Grey Wolf. I was struggling to get things out. Okay. Snap. But I also know that I went to the doctor. I said, by the way, I reserve this to a dose a day, and I've been like that for a couple of years. I've got to confess. I said, but every time I've spoken with you, and I've consulted with another doctor as well for another opinion, I said, I know that the toll is liver and kidneys. And said, no, we're going to test that. No, everything's ticking over right. They said, but we're going to put you onto acetylcysteine.
What is that for?
ACCETYCSTENE, acetylcysteine, which is known as NAC or N-acetylcysteine. So it's used primarily as an antidote for acetaminophen, which is paracetamol or Tylenol. Okay. So although it doesn't completely counter effects, it helps to prevent severe liver damage or failure by restoring the body's glutathione levels, which is an antioxidant. They actually give it, or David Sinclair recommends it for life extension, because it's an antioxidant that deactivates the toxic byproduct of, what do you call it, Tylenol, acetaminophen metabolism. Yeah. So when you're wanting to look for optimal effectiveness, it should be administered as soon as possible after the dose, so within 8 to 10 hours. So it's used for mucolytic therapy. So when it's inhaled or taken orally, acetylcysteine helps to break, what is it? What do they say? Disulfide bonds in mucus protein. So Yes, it is one of those things that David Sinclair would say is a life extender, and it counters the effects of this drug called Tylenol. So I thought I'd volunteer that just for anybody's interest.
That was very interesting. Another thing I want to say about our person in charge of health, KFJ Jr., I think.
The brain worm.
Yeah. So the lawyers that he used to work with, or still does, when I looked into them, they, for the most part, most of them are Scientologists. If they have any influence on him, which I don't know if they do, they could, they might, or they might not. Scientologists do not believe in psychiatrists nor psych meds, okay, or much medicine at all, but more so the psych meds. So this is the man we have in charge of our health, and that's terrifying. The people that have been put in charge of things through Trump have been unqualified people. And that's why I was going back to why I was talking earlier about the new mayor of New York. There's an underground fear that, let's face it, he might be involved in a cell, sleeper cell, which is like something that certain people of his culture would be involved in, the extremists of his culture would be involved in, that eventually would be an attack on the United States. So people relate that to him and his culture. So there's fear going on there, understandable fear, but it's also ignorance, We just have to know more to be less scared, to be less phobic about this. So when I was watching him assign these people in New York that actually had all these qualifications, I was like, oh my God. I was talking to my daughter on the phone later that day. I'm like, you're not going to believe what happened. I watched this and assigned all these people that had all these qualifications. I have not heard that in years. So she's laughing and I'm laughing. And it was just one of those, I have to laugh because that's part of what scares the hell out of me, is the people in these priority situations that are not qualified for these positions, and then the higher people in Congress that are Democratic have seemed paralyzed, and it's the right as well. So the right and the left seem very paralyzed to push to give Trump any kind of pushback. And quite frankly, many of the things that Trump is supposed to get go through Congress before he does, he just skips that step all the way. And a matter of fact, the last time he talked about that was when he did what he did with Venezuela and said, I didn't go through Congress because they leak. They leak. So in other words, it's their fault. It's one of those beginning. Okay. And it's a constant bad. Y'all are bad. And you too, you shouldn't have asked me that question, whatever journalist that was. I'm now going to take the time to reprimand you severely in front of God and everybody. And you are going to take it because of who I am positionally. And nobody stands up for that person, and that person takes it like a chump, doesn't talk back. They just receive it, which is what I grew up in. There's another trigger for me. That's part of the scared the hell out of me. It's like, wow. Yeah.
Linda James, what if I said to you that you've mentioned RFK, right? But
That's
as
who's in
you've
charge.
mentioned, as you've mentioned this person, it's making sense to me.
Have I
Can
got
give
the
you
initials right, Wolf? Do I have the initials right?
RFK Jr.
Yes, I do. Okay. I didn't want to
so
mix him up with somebody
we're
else in the
sticking
family.
to it. We're
Thank you.
sticking to initials without giving the whole name, right?
And
RFK.
he goes by initials too. Many
Okay.
things I read, it's like it's written that way too. Yes.
So am I correct that RFK had a worm on the brain?
This
Yes.
is what I've heard, and I haven't read up on it. I don't.
Yes.
No, he has stated it himself.
So
Tell me
that's
about it.
transparent, eh? That's out in the
Yeah,
open.
that he had a parasitic worm that ate into his brain, but it died.
Okay.
He has stated that himself.
Yes, I've always wondered, did it die of starvation, or is the thing piloting him like those little aliens in Men in Black?
I've had the same question.
Okay. So I'm going to give you the connection.
Removed? Has it been removed, or did it just stay there?
He
Do we
didn't
know?
say anything about it being removed. He just said it died.
Okay.
So you've got things
Go
like
ahead.
ivermectin, fenbendazole, which are worm removers. Fenbendazole works on tubules. They even have connected it, or let me put it this way safely, suggested that it can deal with cancer. I've had persons involved in JW who are knocking on death's door and have come back from no hair and looking like a living skeleton to getting weight and looking like nothing's ever happened. That's
Wow.
been my experience. So I'm giving you an anecdotal experience, right? I'm not giving you a scientific study. I'm just telling you that this is what's happened, right?
Yes, yes.
And in some cases, there's even been cannabis involved. You know, I
Sure.
mean, how's that for controversy?
Sure.
But this is Africa, so this is like the new Wild West, and happening right in the middle of JW, right in the heart of JW. By the way, it's just do
Sure.
what you like, don't get caught, and as long as you're part of the right club, you know.
Hmm.
So, and I'm glad these people are alive. I'm glad that they back. It's horrible, but I look at it and I go, have I learned something from it? Yeah, I ask questions and I investigate. But anyway, coming back to RFK, am I correct that there is a Scientology connection?
The Scientology connection that I've discovered was through the lawyers that he worked with. I don't know if he's a Scientologist or not. I have not come across anything saying that he is. I've left that open.
I'd heard the same thing about the lawyers, but I didn't know what the source was, so I didn't know how, accurate that was.
Yeah. So I think a lot of those sources are coming through threads and coming through maybe social media, but we haven't seen anything in a reputable, how can I say, reporting system. It's just coming through maybe like Facebook and, posts, these kind of discussions. So it's very difficult to be able to verify this. But if that is true,
I read it in an article and don't remember what magazine it is.
Okay, so it's interesting that you're seeing it from a different source and that we're lining up. But I'm connecting this to Scientology.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you talk about not being qualified. I go, there's alternatives here because remember, I've been talking about the weird side or the mystical side or UFO culture. Right or wrong, whatever. I'm going, there's a structure. If you want to call it like a religion or if you want to call it a new age movement or part of it or separate, the fact is it's alive and well. And it's been discussed in Congress under this thing called disclosure with this whole UFO thing and persons like Danny Sheehan saying, look, why is there this government fracture going on? Why is that happening? Whether there's aliens or whatever, I'm concerned about why this isn't being presented as it should be to our commander-in-chief, to the public in a proper democracy, so that we can analyze this thing with proper critical thought and be able to dismantle it and take a look at the information and take a look at the evidence that has been accumulating for many, many years. But anyway, coming back to RFK, if that confirmation is true, with Scientology. Remember that Stargate project had not just Buddhists and occultists and what do I want to say, theosophists. It had persons like Ingo Swann, who was a Scientologist. It had Pat Price, who was a Scientologist.
Okay.
And
I was just Googling it, and it says that an investigation by Reuters in early 2025 confirmed that his lawyers had a connection to Scientology.
sure, well, you fast on the investigation.
Reuters. Okay, Reuters.
Yeah, Reuters is generally a reliable source.
Okay,
That's
so
I'm
guess
talking
what?
Okay.
The
Thank you.
credibility has just gone right up, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So bear in mind that Congress, when it essentially paid for Stargate, and I'm not talking about the Elon Musk Stargate now, I'm talking about the Stargate in late 70s at SRI and Fort Meade, where they were doing remote viewing with the Cold War. And that was essentially about detecting nuclear activity, because we don't want to sort of flash ignite the atmosphere or get to a point of no return, that there's so much radiation in the atmosphere that life is just not sustainable anymore. I mean, this
Too
is
late.
Purple says, too late.
Yeah, that is true.
That's what
Well-
they said. Yeah.
Everything on this planet now has a background level radiation.
Yeah, you got it in the water, you see it in the fish. Yeah, as soon as you're consuming fish, you're seeing the spikes. Anybody look? I had to do this at the branch, by the way. I had to test the water, and guess what we found in the water? We found it's radioactive, and the branch in Johannesburg. If you take a look on Google Maps, you see there's a river coming from the branch. The branch, which has a Lloydale title, has rights to that river.
Okay.
So there's all its just drainage. You know about branches burying ink in the ground? Have you heard about that?
The sins of our fathers. The sins of our
South
fathers.
Africa's not immune. They did the same thing as what was happening in the States. Same story, folks. Okay.
Probably
Except
made
that
perfect
even-
sense at the time.
Now, today in our discussion, I gave a reference. I gave the reference with the interview with an alien, or alien interview by Spencer, right?
Yeah.
So in the late 1800s, which is when Watchtower was formed, incorporated 1879, although it existed prior to that. 1879 is pivotal. You've got Cecil John Rhodes. This is where I live. He died here. He was buried in Bulawayo, but he died right here where I stay. Okay. So this was all about Cape to Cairo and pulling resources from Africa, which is still happening. That's where you're getting your lithium batteries from. It's from up
Okay.
North Africa, and cobalt. So you've got modern day slavery going on, children working these mines and for buckets of black rock, essentially. And but that was starting with Cecil Rhodes in the late 1800s. He dies early 1900s, very similar to Charles Russell. And you're going, well, what's the connection? The connection is the education of the people, or de-education. In other words, make a slave race that is now working mines, working your territories, and basically pulling out all the materials and sending it out. So you've got an impoverished nation. Malawi, classic example. Nyasaland, classic example. People who are eating roots and awake spiritually, and they're going, geez, we can't have this. These are all sovereign people. These are all sovereign entities. And it works against what we're trying to do with our education and missionary work, and the work from JW and those similar type of controlled religions like SDA, Mormons. You know, they all sent them out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's been going on. And when when independence was declared round about 1960s, round about there, from British rule,
Wow.
They didn't have true economic independence. Okay.
Mhm.
So this connection with RFK, Scientology, in Zimbabwe, in Rhodesia, this is what is where I was assigned, was called a UFO repair center. Pat Price speaks about it. Yeah,
Wow,
he speaks about it openly, and he's got credibility. The other one is Lynn Buchanan, who speaks about it openly. And these people are connected to the likes of Robert Bigelow. And you see the Scientology thread coming through, which was supposed to be a replacement psychology. But because the psychologists rejected it, they said, no, we reject psychology and we're declaring ourselves a religion. That's what happened. And then when we got booted out of Rhodesia, we go to the high seas. That's essentially how
they can't be held by law in the high seas.
Yeah, because it's now maritime admiralty law.
Yes.
So this is your connection. But I work with some top tier psychologists. I mean, real top notch. And they said, Matt. Yes, the controversies. Yeah, sure. You look at a book like Alien, what is it, Interview, and you go, there's this new age movement. This is exhausting, folks. And, how do you take this seriously, and what's taboo and what's off limits? But you start seeing that whether you believe it or not, they believe it. They're going according to these models. And so that's your RFK connection, is your Scientology. Because they're going, this is about this being a prison planet. I think anybody who's looked at Dianetics, they're looking at this as a prison planet and saying, well, humans are a genetic construct that's come from Mars or Jupiter and been seeded on this planet to house your soul. Who was it? I think it was Pixie talking about you are souls. Somebody was joking. It says, we are souls. Okay? It's so bad when you put those words together, right? But saying what we were taught in JW about the soul, it dies. There isn't anything that continues. You start looking at RFK, they don't believe that. Their whole approach with ICE, their whole approach with this conflict thing is to keep the people so occupied in their cognitive bandwidth that they cannot remember who they are. Mm-hmm. And that's the way that the planet is governing. It's governed to confuse the mind,
yes,
which is eternal, because it's indestructible. People can lose their lives, but it's containers that are being obliterated. But it doesn't remove that problem. And we saw that in Nazi Germany, when you had your highest concentration of anointed, and I'm going to say, Linda James, I would say even genuine profiles, because very similar to this holding cans where in Scientology you're doing a truth test, essentially, right? It's a truth thing. Yeah.
Well, that really is the lie detector, is what the thing is.
Yeah.
And all the lie detectors are known to not be terribly accurate, because they more measure whether or not the person's nervous rather than whether they're lying.
Actually, that thing they use in Scientology, I'm not even sure if that's even a lie detector.
It's truly pseudoscience, but the believers believe it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Truly believe it. And
so you have this large group of people functioning as though it was a fact.
And they have to pay for the time on it too. Later on, it's part of the, And I wanted to mention, I think Russell was involved in the New Thought practice. I just wanted to add if you ever read anything to confirm that. But please go on about the cans.
Everybody's spot on here. Absolutely spot on. Everybody's spot on. You spot on, Purple, Mage. Yeah, that's what's so refreshing about these discussions. You're not having to explain so much. Persons are more or less, it's such a relief,
It's a prerequisite that you got to be a little wacky to be a friend of mine.
Yeah, but I would
You
even
are?
say
Yeah,
informed.
I-
This is we're talking about informed people here who've looked
Yeah,
into
yeah.
these things that
I
were
agree with you.
supposedly off limits. You know, this is a cult.
Yes.
No, this is satanic. Don't touch this.
I always say I like weird. I have trouble dealing with people who identify as normal.
Yes, I
Oh.
remember the day my mother said, "You are not normal,"
Huh.
and just repeated it over and over again.
Yeah,
And today I'm like, "Thank you."
well, considering everything I've been told normal is supposed to be, it's like, why would I want to be that?
Right? I kind of like the spicy thing going on. Spicy.
I tell you what, Linda James, anybody who goes into the notes of the transcript and the live chat and actually follows through on the references, if this information is new to them, if connecting to RFK and why he's been appointed, why he's significant, and his connection to Scientology and UFO and this idea of prison planet, and humans are a genetic hybrid that don't belong on this planet. They've been introduced, and they're containers. This idea of containers. And remember, I'm going to give the disclaimer. I'm not promoting one idea above another. I'm just saying these people believe it.
Yes.
This is what we're dealing with. JW, your top tier, believes in it.
That's amazing.
They believe in it. Your lower tiers aren't. What are you talking about? No, this is garbage. But Angels and Women is sitting on your shelf, or it was sitting on your
I
shelf.
need to read that. I need to read that soon. Maybe this week.
Do you remember, when JFK tried to run in the primaries to become a presidential candidate?
What happened?
Well, they were thinking that the Kennedy name would, be a big boost to him. But 30 members of the Kennedy family came out publicly and said they would not vote for him.
They said he was a psychopath, sociopath. He is very
30
dangerous.
members of his own family said he was too unstable to be in any position of government.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so interesting. I've never seen him so healthy, and his voice seems to be improving.
I haven't noticed that, but okay.
Maybe they replaced him with a fresh clone.
Oh God. Oh no, you didn't say that. Okay. Of course.
Well, folks, welcome to Linda Jane's Apostabate channel, where anything is possible and no subject is off limits.
We're talking Jimmy Bell right now. They placed him with a devil.
Art Bell.
That's Jimmy Bell right there.
Jimmy Bell.
So Jimmy Bell, if you hear about this, hey, hi.
Welcome
It's a
to that
compliment.
late
It's a
night
compliment, not an insult. It just reminds me of you, darling.
show.
Jimmy Bell and I disagree on a lot of stuff, but I think we've done pretty darn good at just
Oh,
being
yeah.
decent with each other, which I'm pretty proud of. There was
Sounds
one
like
night
fun.
we actually agreed on something, and we were both blown away. We were both shocked and blown away.
Yeah,
It was a memorable night.
yeah.
Go ahead, Purple.
No, I just gonna say, I mean, doesn't it really get to you, when you find out you agree with certain people on something?
That's what happened with Marguerite Taylor Greene. We were like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I agree with her.
Yeah, it's
And-
like, wait a minute. How could she have said something that made sense?
What's
You know,
going
the
on?
broken clock
Yes,
thing.
it's us, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the broken clock thing doesn't work with a digital clock. When a digital clock is broken, it's just a black screen.
Very true. So January 5th, she retired or left Congress.
Yeah.
And
Well, did you know that she very carefully timed it?
yes,
if-
to be able to get her everything.
Yeah. If she had left Congress 2 days earlier, she would not get her lifetime pension.
Yes. So although she seemed to have had a change in thought processes, pay attention to her. Yeah, I still don't care for her, and I don't trust her, And
There are
just,
rumors going about that she's going to make a run for president in 2028.
yes, yes. She actually is quite clever. I experience her as being deceitfully clever,
Yeah,
but clever
manipulative.
nonetheless. Yes, yes.
Well, let's see if
Margaret
we can-
Taylor Greene. She
Yeah,
would be somebody
everything
that
she
was.
says is very calculated to, figure out how many people are going to boost her on it.
let's see,
Yeah.
Katie Vance, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Who else is trying to run and on that side of the political spectrum? None of them sound very good.
Well, Crockett is going to be running for Texas. I don't know which one, but anyways, I don't know if it's. I think it's governor. I don't know. I don't know. Don't quote me because I don't know. Where did that come from?
Oops!
Who's playing?
Did you folks hear a motorbike?
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
All right.
That
That was.
that was me. I'm sorry. It did happen.
Oh no, I
Who won the
I don't-
race?
I don't mind. It's just I haven't heard any motors lately.
Yeah.
What time
Anyways,
is it where you're at?
are you
What
speaking to
time
me?
is it?
Yeah, Matthew. What time is it where you're
Yeah.
at?
It is 11 a.m. We have been gunning since.
Yeah.
Man, I think it's almost 12 hours straight since Rick Farron and
Oh
Casey
yeah.
and Anthony. Yeah, it's hectic. I see Sheila bailed. She said that's it.
Yeah, she got tired, I think.
Yeah, so you're 8 hours ahead of me then.
I'm probably
Then
going to close this
keep
up.
pushing it.
Well, the conversation was going, so I was feeling okay, so I just let it flow. Like we were going and we're actually having a good time. So we've gone 4 hours, and I'm going to close it up like probably within the next 10 to 15. But
I
if
was
y'all
wondering
get-
about that about an hour ago because you usually close it up around 3 hours.
Yeah.
yeah, I do. I do close it up around 3 hours. Last weekend, I actually closed it up a half an hour early.
So
And
you're
glad that
making
I-
up making up for lost time now.
Maybe so, but as it turned out, the celebration for Vinny, the timing that KC had to get out, leave the show,
Mhm.
turned out to be perfect timing for me to start a second show last weekend, for it to be my usual cyber meetup kind of show. Turned out to be perfect timing. And right about the time Matthew asked about the timing, I said, we can close up early. And I was just feeling the weight. I was starting to feel drained. And it was more than just the time on screen. It was the things ahead of time, getting ready for it.
Yep.
The event, and wanting to make sure that people were comfortable, that kind of thing,
Yeah. Well,
You did well.
same as
Good.
what you were saying, that we've had an engaging conversation going, but I have been feeling myself starting to fade.
Yeah. So did you want to say anything before you leave, Purple, or are you getting ready to leave?
No, if you're going to be closing up soon, I'll stay around to the end of it.
Yeah, I'm going to start with you for saying goodnight or saying goodbye. I'm asking you guys all if you have anything to share before I say goodnight.
Well, Mage and I will be doing our normal weekly stream on Wednesday at 2 o'clock Central Time, 3 o'clock Eastern.
I was telling Grey Wolf that I will often turn on your show, and I usually don't say anything or chat.
Yep.
And I just lean back and close my eyes because I'm still, during that time of the day for me, I'm such a night person.
Yeah, I think you were saying that when I was in the kitchen getting dinner.
Okay, you did hear it. Okay, good.
Yep.
So I'm there more often than you know, and I do enjoy how the conversations roll.
Okay. Well, that's, I've noticed that the view count is always, higher than the people that we're seeing commenting. So I know there's always a few people lurking. Oh,
Yeah.
When we were talking about the thing about streaming to our own channel,
Yes.
just as an experiment, I went through and I tried it, and I streamed just 2 minutes of this to my channel,
Okay.
and it's already gotten 8 views.
Right on. Okay.
So I think people were looking at it expecting a short, and it really didn't. I put testing in the title, so they should have known it wasn't going to
Right
be
on.
much.
Right on. Well, that goes to show that when you do bring something up, people are getting their, what is that called?
Yeah, the notifications on YouTube,
Notifications. I want to say
which surprises
Your
the hell out of
bell
me
is ringing.
because I never get them.
you don't
Yeah.
get.
I usually get them about a half hour late at least.
Yep. Yeah, YouTube is pretty consistent on giving me a notification for live streams a half an hour after they start.
Why? I'm confused. Why would you get a notification?
Well, that's when you subscribe to a channel, you can set it that if you want to be notified.
Are you subscribed to your own channel? I see where I'm.
Well,
I think I'm missing something
No,
here.
I mean not just mine, to any channel I'm subscribed to.
Okay.
I tend
Now
to get
hear
the
you.
notification about a half an hour after they started.
Okay, I was asking because maybe I need to subscribe
Yeah.
to my own channel to
Well,
get
and that's-
notifications of when to start the show.
The ones that I get half an hour late are especially useful on the 15-minute premieres, because then the thing's completely over by the time I've gotten the notification.
Matthew put out a video earlier today. I'm only halfway through it, and I've enjoyed it very well. Be sure and check that out. Gray Wolf, Purple, I'm sorry. Did I cut you off, or are you done?
No. That's the only thing I do these days is just my weekly stream,
Okay.
and then just hang out randomly in the side chat of a bunch of other shows.
Yeah, I've seen you at the Morning Atheist show, and Cultastic or Ryan is on there
Yeah.
with
Well,
Chris.
the only time I make that show is when I haven't gotten to bed before they're starting in the morning.
That's about the time I'm
So
going
they-
to sleep.
Well, they start at like 8 o'clock in the morning my time.
Okay.
So it's only the nights that it's like 8 o'clock in the morning and I haven't gotten to sleep yet.
That might be
Okay.
tonight.
Yeah.
Could be, yeah. So, Ryan's an ex Jehovah's Witness in this XJW community, and she is off the charts.
Yeah.
Amazingly talented.
I had not
Yeah.
been aware that she was an XJW until we were doing the Christmas marathon.
Okay. Yeah.
So I did not really know what her religious background was before that.
I frickin' adore her. When she first showed up on the scene, that I noticed her, I'm like, you're like Carol Burnett to the XJW community. And she's like, oh,
Yep.
She took it as a great compliment, because Carol Burnett did these sketches and just was so
Yep.
willing to be a comedian and look dorky and look wrong and ugly and messed
Yeah,
up. And
I remember
know-
when Carol Burnett had her variety show and
Yes.
the cartoon with the mop lady.
yes, all that good stuff, just for a laugh. She's willing to do all of that. And she's
Yep.
a beautiful woman that, you could throw a bunch of dirt on her and she's still just gorgeous. You can't make that woman ugly. So, yeah. So there's some bragging on her. And then, I'm sorry, Wolf, I keep saying I'm coming to you, but I really am now. Did you want to share anything?
Yeah, well, I'm still on hiatus for doing my live streams on Mage's Media Musings. I'm still waiting for Electrician to come.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I do have a midnight showing I do. Midnight my time, so it'd be about 4 hours ago. On Thursdays, which you can get on my Discord, and I just play anime and other movies and stuff for people. It's just kind of a watch party.
Oh, very cool. Okay.
Yeah, it's
How
fun to
about-
just have a group of us together to watch a movie.
Yeah, it is. I've got like this whole list, and I ran into the movie Soylent Green recently, and I thought,
Oh,
man,
yeah.
I should,
Feeling Green, that's an interesting one.
Yeah.
I should have a kick it with somebody like we're doing now and watch a movie.
Yeah, maybe,
But
maybe you should
it's-
join maybe you should join my watch party sometime.
Soylent Green is also a good one to show to people who say, why do movies have to be so political now?
I don't know. I think the clowns tasted kind of funny.
Listen to you.
Mhm.
Are you familiar with that movie, Matthew?
Yes, I am, and I sort of look at this new one, Pluribus, as kind of the update to that.
Is that right? I
Very
didn't
interesting.
know that. Okay.
Pluribus, yeah. Pluribus.
I've heard
Recommended
of
to
that
me
one.
by
I don't know
Bethel.
much about it.
Recommended to you by Bethel. No, I've seen this side of Bethel through you that I've never seen through anybody else that's been to Bethel, but through you,
Yeah.
it's been really enlightening. Through
Sure.
Bethel, okay. Is it rated PG though?
Oh, I wonder if it is PG. I'm not sure because it is dealing with mature I think there are mature subjects there.
I'm
So,
pulling up
okay.
I'm pulling up a TV series under Pluribus.
So this is the thing about the Jehovah's Witness culture. We were taught to not watch R-rated movies. PG or less is what we were encouraged to do. So seeing an R-rated movie was
Okay, time to break out the Deadpool.
What about when the PG-13 rating came out?
we could see that. Yeah.
Okay.
And go ahead. What were you going to say, Grey Wolf?
I was just saying break out the Deadpool, but
Oh, okay.
I do have a video I want to try and get up on my channel at some point. Or it's from I donated the food goods during Christmas. I've been meaning to pull that off my phone and put a little short thing together.
Yeah, just to let people know how that went.
Yeah, unfortunately, I forgot to take the last shot of the stuff actually going into and being in the building. But I got a shot of the food and a shot of the building just before I entered. So
And you have that on your channel?
I plan to get it up on my channel if I can remember.
Okay.
But I'm so distracted with trying to writing the story.
That's right. Yeah. Did you want to share anything else, Grey Wolf?
I think that's about it.
Okay.
Yep.
How about you, Matthew?
Pluribus has a 15 or 16 plus rating. The reason for that is TVMA, that's mature audiences. That was what I said. So in the US that reflects content that has violence, strong language, frequent F-bombs, for instance, or drug alcohol use, nudity, mature themes like grief and unaliving oneself.
Yeah.
Right.
It's right up my alley.
Yeah, so it's all the but I think Linda James was going, well, what's Bethel doing recommending it? But Bethel, as we know, is fractured, isn't it? That's the plain reality of the matter, is it's fractured. And so I think what it's doing is it's resonating with themes like what we're discussing here, Soylent Green, some of these things that are happening in society. It is very much a zeitgeist reflection of our times, and that's why I suppose it is gaining in popularity.
Turning people into a hive mind.
Yes,
Gaming
that's
is
right.
popular. I have not
Without-
gotten into it. But there
Without
was,
too many spoilers,
there was a guy that was going strong named Natja. What was it?
What?
Yeah, not your witness.
Natja Witness. Yes. He was amazing.
Well,
With
he's no longer being an on-screen personality.
yeah.
He does help produce the Leah podcast, which
Very
is
cool.
the League of Extraordinary Atheist Humanists.
Okay.
So
And
yeah,
I believe that's every Friday night at, I think it's 8 o'clock my time, 8 or 9. It's 8 o'clock, either 8 o'clock Central or 8 o'clock Eastern. I'm not sure which.
Friday nights. Okay. Thank you for that. I'm sorry we just totally interrupted you, Matthew.
Yeah.
Sorry.
no, I talk too much, but thanks for
So that video, you told us the rating, and
Yeah,
Okay.
it was like 16 plus because of mature subject matters.
Yeah,
Um,
and Maze Grey Wolf is talking about what is it, collective consciousness or something like that.
Oh,
Anyway,
yeah,
I'm not
hive
going to
mind.
go into it. Yeah, hive mind. So I'm not going to go into it because that's kind of spoilers for
I
anybody
won't
that's
get into that,
interested. But it's the same writer as who did Better Call Saul. Does anybody know Better Call Saul?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I never
Yeah.
saw it, but I'm familiar with it.
Better Call Saul was an offshoot of
Sopranos, was it?
no. There was
Yeah.
this camper van which was producing drugs.
Oh, Breaking
and
Bad.
Breaking Bad, yeah. So that was an offshoot of Breaking Bad.
Ah,
And then Pluribus is the same writer and the same producer.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah, so it's right up Bethel's alley, this kind of thing. So, you know,
sounds like
yeah. So
Surprise.
recommended by the Heart of the Beast itself. Thank you, Bethel, for tipping us off on these great programs. But I think in all seriousness, Linda James, I want to thank you for your grace as always. And Purple, Mage Grey Wolf as well. Thank you sincerely for just chatting freely with Safe Space. And sincerely just for inviting me to be part of this meaningful show. It's meaningful for healing community or persons that come together just for free flow conversation, which is denied in high control. So I'm very deeply grateful to be able to be among such a healing community, to be allowed to just come and go if I'm off or if I'm fading or if, you know, the bat across my head is just too much. You allow me without putting me on the spot just to fade off for a little bit and then come back. And that's just open hearts and minds coming together. I enjoyed Gigi's contribution today, even just going, no, I don't want to talk about this. And there was space for that. And I looked at it and I thought, it makes the conversation rich. There's been diverse topics. What have we done? Cradle to the grave, life, death, procreation. What's happening in the political arena? What's happening in the weird and the wonderful and the UFO culture and Enochian magic and John D. Watchtower rituals, and it's just open hearts and minds coming together. So I find it rich. I find it diverse topics. And Linda James, you facilitated that. You should have a doctorate by now. I don't know why you don't call it Dr. Linda James. So, you've allowed us to explore. This is a sacrifice. The fact that you've plugged 4 hours, 23 minutes and counting, it just shows your enjoyment factor that comes through that's contagious. And it highlights it just highlights how interconnected our journeys and experiences are. And if this is you with toned down emotion, Linda James, what are you like without the medication? Excuse me for saying, because it's really an honor.
I'm a basket case with high anxiety, having numerous panic attacks.
You must be a mess.
Rolling.
Yeah,
my medication helps me not do that. So guess what?
You're exactly what this planet is endeavoring to contain. You know. So it's sure, yeah. So look, I want to say it's an honor to contribute with you and to learn alongside all of you. And Linda James, you facilitating that. So thank you very much.
I also have a medication prescribed for panic attacks. So
I've been said I should be on it, but the medicine would cause panic attacks for me.
Okay.
The source of it.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I
Linda
understand.
James, I want to just thank you and say, well, I'm looking forward to you closing off, and I'm going to fade off so that you can, so I can just be like a fly in milk listening to your wise parting words. How's that? Until we meet again.
Okie dokie. Sounds good. Thank you so much, you guys, for joining me tonight. And Gail, if you're listening to this later, I'm really thankful you joined us as well. Thank you for everybody in the chat, for the conversations, and for the comments. And thank you, John. I asked you personally to send me something, which I've never done before, but you do send me stuff all the time. So I thought, this is good. John would be cool with helping me remember something because I'm hearing this and I know I'm going to forget it. And if I ask John, he might make a little note and remember it for me. So thank you for asking me the question and telling me about where it was at. Thank you. On Prime, Amazon Prime. And those that are listening to this show, after it was recorded and you're listening to it at a later time, thank you for being here as well. If you found anything helpful with this show, please like it, please share it, or send it to someone if you think they might appreciate it. And this show is truly the highlight of my week. Every single week it is, and I have not found myself at a place where I want to stop doing this. But there are people that only do this for a while and then they leave, and that's normal. So I just want to say good night, everybody, and I will be talking with you next week. Good night.
Good night, all.
I never met